Committee of the Whole is back in order. Senator Tadigui, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I believed we left off on this amendment before we took our lunch, B110 STTL2 P220 V1. So, yeah, I already spoke on it. This is fine. It does not jeopardize anything with regards to giving the Attorney General yeah, just let me explain this one here. It says delivery, receipt of money or property received to him in official capacity and file duplicates thereof to the Director of Administration. Now, what I'm reading here on the deletion is the current law right now. And we are just striking this out of Title V at Chapter 30, 3109. So we're taking that out of the current law, and then we're also taking out as soon as practicable, or, okay, yep, so C, A, B, C, E, E, as soon as practical, after the receipt of any money in his office official capacity, turn the money over to the Department of Revenue Taxation on the first Monday of each month, file with the Director of Administration an account verified by his oath or all monies received by him or any official capacity. So this doesn't require him to do these things in his capacity as the Attorney General when he deals with his funding. Also, this allows the Attorney General to manage the account for his own funds, and it again removes the statutory requirements that continue to route these same financial functions through the executive branch. So again, these delete the what's currently in law in the Guam Code annotated on Title V, Chapter 30, and takes away these requirements for the Attorney General.
On the amendment.
Sorry, Mr. Chair.
Yes.
My recollection was that this was withdrawn because the previous amendment before that didn't pass.
I believe the author can address that.
Yep. Actually, we double checked to see about the one that failed previously. It has really, the previous amendment, it refers to anything that the administration does in its capacity to be turned over to the Attorney General. Okay. That amendment failed. What this amendment does, which, sorry, I should go back, Title V on the amendment that failed is in Title V, the same chapter as this current amendment we're addressing right now. So what we're doing is just taking out D and E in this particular chapter on the requirements of the Attorney General having to deal with his own funding, like I mentioned earlier, and it goes directly to him.
Okay, so a point of order, I believe it was withdrawn, so we need to make a motion to reconsider? Is that?
No,
I think there was an attempt to withdraw, but if we go back, I did not execute the action of having it withdrawn.
If I may, point of information,
yes.
I think the comment was that I wanted to review this to make
Correct.
sure that it has any effect on the previous amendment that failed, that I may have to redraw it if it has any previous effect. That's what I mentioned. Then
correct.
we went into recess and we reviewed it, and it doesn't. It could still apply, in other words.
And just stand by, I'll check the clerk. Clerk, this amendment's still active, correct? Yeah, the amendment's still active. Yeah.
Thank you.
On the amendment. Any objections? Like to close?
No, waive.
Okay. No objections on the amendment?
Oh.
Yes. You have an objection? Okay, there is an objection on the amendment. All in favor of the amendment, please indicate by raising your hand. Amendment fails. Mr. Speaker, you recognize at this time?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, notwithstanding the House rules, I move to reconsider the actions of the body relative to a previous amendment that has passed, specifically TTTL21 P220,
There is a motion to reconsider the actions of the body on a previously passed amendment, TTT L21 P220. Are there any objections? Seeing and hearing none, Mr. Speaker, you still have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, in all due respect, and I appreciate the ability to be able to do this. I went back and I was looking at the, review of the amendment in light of the other amendments that had been proffered and passed. However, in reviewing this amendment, there were many items, areas of concern that I had relative to this amendment, and one of which basically actually infringes on the legislative authority for fiscal and for fiduciary responsibility. And I can go a little bit more into this, but it also provides that the Attorney General, in performing these functions, would basically have to set up his own, for lack of a better term, Department of Administration and BBMR, which is not well outside of his purview and his bounds that he can provide. So I think that while this is, again, one of these areas where it could be addressed in as far as a bill form, I think it's be more prudent for us not to address it in that fashion as opposed to bringing it into this bill. So therefore, I ask the body for reconsideration of the vote on this and to basically object to the amendment.
So under this reconsideration, there is an objection to the amendment as having previously been proffered and passed. Are there any objections to the objection? You're recognized, Senator Perez.
Objection to the objection? What do you mean by that?
Yeah, so we're reconsidering the vote at this time.
The vote was to approve it. I am now asking for the body to object to it.
To object to that approval, which would mean it would fail.
This amendment would fail.
Oh, I thought it failed originally.
No, it didn't fail.
This
didn't
did
It
fail.
passed.
Oh, gotcha.
It failed. Yes, we already reconsidered the actions. That's why he discussed it. So now we're taking a vote on the amendment.
Give me a recess, please.
Yes, 1 minute recess. The committee of the whole is now back in order. Mr. Speaker, so please reiterate what the action would be at this point.
Okay. Motion, I object to this amendment and consider the actions of the body.
So, colleagues, we have already reconsidered the actions of the body, so now we're calling the vote on the original amendment as passed, which means there's an objection. All in favor of the amendment?
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
can I close since we're
Sure,
on it?
sure. I recognize you, Senator Tadegui.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and colleagues. I do appreciate, I mean, I know that that particular amendment is quite lengthy, you know, and that's why at the very beginning I asked my colleagues, and you gave us permission to give some time so they can review this amendment, because it is, like I said, there are a lot of variables in here. And the whole intention, Mr. Chair, was to allow more of an autonomy for the Attorney General so that they have the ability, without their hands tied through the administration or you know, through, well, the administration or the governor, especially when it comes down to, you know, if this Attorney General finds somebody in the administration that is causing more harm than good and has to prosecute them. There could be repercussions, of course, you know, and it can become very political. And what I'm trying to do is take the politics out of it and have an Attorney General to be autonomous, to have its own free will to at least feel comfortable enough to prosecute, have the free will to, in order to hire their attorneys and have the funding there to be able to handle their employees. I mean, the Office of Accountability, OPA, pretty much has that type of autonomy. And I'm just trying to give it to a same agency, a same, well, not department, but agency or part of our government that it can be very sensitive. And we've seen it in the last, 3 years, what's been going on, tying the Attorney General's hands. We just don't want to see that to happen in the future and avoid it. So I thank you for allowing me to close on it and ask my colleagues to please support this amendment. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
There is an objection. All in favor of the amendment, please indicate by raising your hand. Amendment fails. Colleagues, we are now on Tadegui Amendment TTT L21 P220 VII 7. Senator Tadegui, you recognize.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I don't think this really affects anything that, because of the last amendment did not pass. I think we still have the opportunity to hopefully get this amendment through. And basically, Mr. Chair, this amendment provides the Attorney General a greater authority to administer its own procurement. We find that being done by other agencies like the University of Guam, the Guam Community College, the Guam Memorial Hospital, Guam Economic and Commerce Authority, the Guam Visitors Bureau, Guam Retirement. These are the agencies that are all given this type of authority. So importantly, it does not exempt the Office of the Attorney General from Guam procurement law whatsoever. The applicable procurement requirements remain in place. What changes is who administers the process. The Attorney General should have reasonable authority to procure the goods and services necessary to operate the People's Legal Office without unnecessary reliance on centralized executive branch procurement. This provides administrative independence without sacrificing procurement accountability, and I ask for my colleagues' support in this. And as I mentioned earlier, Mr. Chair, like other areas, other agencies in our, and even autonomous agencies in our government have this ability to do so. And again, let me reiterate that the Office of Attorney General still has to follow the procurement law the way it is written for everyone else, even if you're not an autonomous agency. So thank you, Mr. Chair.
On the amendment, anyone wish to speak on the amendment? On the amendment. Okay, you want to close?
No, wait.
Are there any objections to the amendment? Seeing and hearing none, amendment passes. Next amendment is Taitagui Amendment TTT L11 P228. Senator Taitagui, you recognize.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and colleagues. With regards to this amendment, this was actually incorporated in the FY26 budget bill that was passed by this body, and was also incorporated into the FY 2027 bill that was passed by this body as well, but the governor vetoed it. And in the substituted bill by the governor, she had extracted this section of a law that we've been following for 2 terms so far. 2 terms of making sure that we get our reports on time. And let me just, okay. So the amendment here that you're looking at, okay, I think everybody has that amendment in front of them, because I'm going to be making an amendment to the amendment, by the way, colleagues. So basically, like I said, it restores the language that was in the substitute bill 226. So this particular amendment restores the $250 fine for each missed reporting deadline on the director of BBMAR for the required appropriation, allocation, and transfer reports. And importantly, that fine does not disappear into the general fund. It is deposited into the Department of Education Interscholastic Sports Fund, Interschool Scholastic Sports Fund. So, Mr. Chair, I think we've been, I think the reason why these reports are coming in is because we put teeth, to these laws that require them to provide this, or they will be fined. So, Mr. Speaker, I would like to amend it and incorporate this amendment into this bill. And I do have an amendment to the amendment, so I don't know if you want me to just pause for this one and then go to the next, or... Because it's pretty much the same, colleagues.
I think we would be more efficient to go ahead and proffer your amendment at this point to the amendment.
Yeah, because it's very much the same. And
because
colleagues,
we'll come back to the main motion anyway. So why don't you go ahead and proffer your amendment?
Okay, so my next amendment to the amendment will add to the line 2 of page 235, section 18 of the same chapter. And it is attached for everyone to see. And again, this was incorporated not only in 2026, but also the 2027 substitute bill, Bill 266, and the governor had taken it out. I know she's not a real fan about, finding her directors, but when we have to suffer through not knowing information so that we can put out a budget that's financially, more than just competent in putting our financials and putting a budget together, we need this report. We need to see where the money is. And this amendment clearly just says, failure to submit said report no later than 20 days after the end of each quarter of fiscal year 2027 shall result in a fine of $250 per missed deadline for either the Chief of Police, Fire Chief, Director of Customs Quarantine Agency, and the Director of Department of Corrections, which shall be deposited into the GOD Interscholastic School Fund. And this is a report which is required within 20 days, as I mentioned earlier, which shall include an amount overtime owed to each employee at each respective agency by fiscal year in which Such overtime was incurred by division and by employee name for the previous quarter. We've also done other fines for, like, I think it was Office of Accountability as well. We incorporated fines for agencies not providing the information that's needed. And Mr. Chair, I just hope this year or even next year that we're finally going to get that audit report for the government of Guam a lot sooner than what we've been getting, 4 to 6 months later, or even a year later of an audit. So reports are very, very critical, especially to this body as we deliberate on our budget bill. So I thank you for my colleagues to consider that amendment to restore the language that was taken out in the substituted bill.
On the amendment to the amendment, anyone wish to speak? Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, while I don't disagree with either amendment, I think it's only prudent for us to be able to bifurcate the discussion on this, as well as bifurcate the vote. Again, it's not as a point raising to a point of objection. I agree with it. I just think that for the matter of consistency, and although it appears to be similar, there's differences in as far as who we're referencing to, as well as reporting dates. So I move to bifurcate
On the motion to bifurcate the amendment, which will basically mean we'll discuss the amendment to the amendment and we'll dispose of it, and then go to the main amendment. Is there any objections to bifurcating the amendment? Seeing and hearing none. So we are still on the amendment to the amendment. Does anyone wish to speak on the amendment to the amendment? Yes, Mr. Speaker.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, well, again, I don't have an objection to the amendment, and it actually provides, as was stated by the author of the amendment, it puts teeth to this, because as we provide, as the law states that the reports shall be submitted at a certain time, it does provide a consequence to not being able to provide it. What the current law fails to provide is a consequence. It's not a may, it's a shall. And so this just puts a consequence to this. It's quite honestly, you know, I mean, granted, it's a dollar value to this and goes to a specific fund. You know, point of the matter is, the reports are done in time, submitted in time. This has, you know, there is no consequence, because then you're following the law. So I wholeheartedly support the amendment. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On the amendment to the amendment, anyone else wish to speak? Senator Tadigui, would you like to close?
Again, I thank you.
This is on the amendment to the amendment,
Right.
okay? We're not on the main. Okay, go ahead.
Right, and I thank the good speaker for mentioning this, bringing teeth, you know, to it, because a lot of times we create legislation and find out later on that it was never implemented or put into place. Reports are so important. We're not creating, you know, new reports here. These reports are already put together, but what we are creating are new deadlines. And these deadlines are very vital to us as we deliberate on budgets and try to keep a financial responsibility with the people's money in order to find out where the money is being spent, you know, how it's being transferred. So I thank you for the opportunity to close on this and ask my colleagues for their support.
On the amendment to the amendment as bifurcated, are there any objections? Amendment to the amendment passes. We are now back to the main amendment. Anyone wish to speak on the main amendment? Seeing and hearing none. Senator, would you like to close?
I'll waive closing. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Are there any objections to the main amendment as amended? Seeing and hearing none. Amendment passes. This is faded, so it's... Colleagues, we are now on Tadigui Amendment, and that would be TTT L21 P220IX. Senator Tadigui, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I rise to propose an amendment to add a new section, Chapter 12, Miscellaneous Provisions on line 21, page 220, that will add a new 12212.2 to Article 2, Chapter 12, Title 10 of Guam Code Annotated relative to expanding physicians' public profile disclosures to include practice capacity and professional liability information to promote informed patient decision-making. Mr. Chair, I bring this amendment back before the body and ask my colleagues who did not support it during the last budget session to please reconsider. The proposal is simple. Guam already maintains public profiles for physicians. My amendment adds two basic pieces of information, whether a physician practices privately or for the government of Guam, or even both, and whether professional liability insurance is maintained for private practices services. We already require physicians' profiles to disclose much more sensitive information: malpractice judgments, arbitration awards, settlements, disciplinary actions, and criminal convictions. This amendment simply makes that existing profile more useful to patients before something goes wrong. When this issue was heard publicly, we heard strong opposition. We were told patients don't care about malpractice insurance. We heard warning that doctors could leave clinics, could close, to access to healthcare could suffer all over these two disclosures. Just over the mere fact of asking whether a doctor has medical malpractice insurance or not, and whether he works in the private or the public. Just these two mere questions to be added on to something that already exists. HPLO already maintains these physician profiles. So I ask my colleagues to please reconsider this and ask for their support on something that would actually help our public, our community, in making choices on which doctor they put their hard-earned money to take care of their health for themselves and their family. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
On the amendment, anyone wish to speak on the amendment? Would you like to close, Senator? Are there any objections to the amendment? There is an objection. All in favor of the Tadigui amendment, please indicate by raising your hand. Amendment fails. Colleagues, we are now on Colleagues, we are on the Gumatauto Amendment now, and it is ESG L24 through 26, I-26, I-15, P4-6. Senator Gumatauto, you recognize.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, for this opportunity to offer an amendment deleting the section of the executive's proposed FY 2027 budget alternative, particularly from line 7 on page 4 through line 15 on page 6. I would like to begin by pointing out that the governor's proposal slips in the same BPT amendment increasing taxes on military contractors, which failed to secure enough support by members of this body just a few weeks ago. The BPT amendment for military contractors is crafted in a way so that attention is not drawn. No strike-throughs, no underlines, no highlights. The governor's office decided to rewrite 11 GCA section 26202E1, tax on contractors, and they thought perhaps that no one here would catch this change. My amendment is simple. It removes the provision the executive chose to include in its FY 2027 budget alternative, despite the legislature rejecting the same BPT proposal just last month. Mr. Chairman, this amendment goes a step further by removing the higher BPT assessment for military contracts, which was approved during last year's budget session. For the record, excluding the exemptions authorized in Title 11 GCA Chapter 26, including certain small businesses whose gross annual income is in excess of $50,000, but not more than $500,000, the BPT rate established by Guam law is 4%, effective October 1, 2026. I opposed establishing a higher tax rate for military contractors a year ago, and I opposed this latest attempt, in my opinion, to define this legislature as anti-military, anti-jobs, and anti-family. I will also not settle for repeated attempts to treat the important investments that are made in support of our nation's warfighters as a gold rush. Just because military contracts involve millions of dollars, it does not mean that the government of Guam should impose a higher tax rate for these particular projects in order to collect more money. As our finance chair has stated repeatedly, this government does not have a funding problem, it has an execution problem. Mr. Chair, some voices in this room have suggested that the government of Guam must take advantage of this military buildup, including the big military contractors from off-island that don't have real stake in the game, no real stake in this community, and who are here to make money. These sentiments tell me that perhaps a similar mindset was shared by some of our predecessors when they increased the BPT from 4% to 5% nearly 8 years ago. That same mindset, in my view, looks at businesses, entrepreneurs, investors, and the people they employ as the first place to impose a higher tax in order to cover the cost of government, not for better roads, a new hospital, new school buses, improved village sports facilities, new ambulances and fire trucks, or even a new Simon Sanchez High School. None of those. Mr. Chairman, this amendment is straightforward. It reminds policymakers that higher taxes adversely affect all taxpayers, including companies that are tied to the military buildup. This amendment recognizes that unfair tax rates, particularly those that would impact investments that are made in support of our military, is a dangerous approach to public policy. For these reasons, I ask my colleagues to join me in rejecting this particular policy proposal by the Governor of Guam. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator. On the Gumatato Amendment, Senator Tadigui, you're recognized.
Sijus Masi, Mr. Chair. You know, before I get started, I just want to make something very clear, especially to the listening public. This is not just military contracts. This is military build-up construction contracts. So let's not muddy the water or try to, cover up really what this amendment that the governor saw herself would actually help generate revenue that is paid for by DOD, the same people that are being on this island and creating this military buildup, putting missile defense systems in our backyard, utilizing our infrastructure, our power grid, our sewers, our hospitals, and some of them do go to our schools on Guam and not just Odea schools. This is funding that's coming from DOD, not from the businesses. It's incorporated in every military buildup construction contract that the BPT is paid for by DOD. That's part of the agreement. So let's not muddy the water or tell lies or that the sky is falling down. One thing I will tell you that we heard from the administration that $33 million just alone on these military contracts that came in, we are going to lose out $33 million. Now think about what can that fund? The issues of the hospital, tourism that's down. We're having issues with our schools. Our roads. That's like number 2 issues with anybody that you talk to that they wish that would be fixed right away. Well, that cost is about $800 million. And it's impacted by the increase of military personnel as well as this buildup. When the buildup was coming to Guam, people they were okay. We are very patriotic people. My father was in the Air Force, retired. I have a brother-in-law. My children's father, also retired Air Force. This has nothing to do with that, whether it's fair or not. It was an agreement made from the very beginning of this military buildup coming to Guam in 2006, if I'm not mistaken, that this would help our community. I'll tell you what it didn't help. The cost of living, the cost of housing on this island has skyrocketed because of it. Smaller contractors on this island have lost their employees to inside the fence. Some of these individuals had to shut down the shop because they couldn't get employees to work as construction because they were all inside the base. How about those people? Local contractors, small contractors on this island who had to give that up. Did you think about them when this amendment was made? Maintaining the 5% BBT on all military buildup construction contracts is not only fiscally responsible, it's economically essential. Removing this provision strips away one of the few tools our community has to offset the real measurable economic burdens created by this buildup. And if you think it's going to stop now, it's not. We're looking at now having attack missiles coming into our backyards. Soaring housing costs, as I mentioned, just the strain on public safety systems and infrastructure, pushed beyond capacity. They're already talking about our power grid not being able to sustain this military buildup. And they're thinking about using nuclear power. That's a discussion that's been going on. So I absolutely reject this for all the areas that we're not able to fund: housing, schools, building our new schools, our hospital.
Thank you, Senator.
So I object. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. On the amendment, anybody else wish to speak on the amendment? Yes, Senator Barnett, you're recognized.
Mr. Chair, for the opportunity to stand in strong support, I stood in strong support of the original amendment that was proffered by the good Senator Tidegway, but I stand in strong opposition to this amendment. You know, it's really unfortunate that we're not able to have real conversations about what it really takes to move our island and our people forward. Because as soon as we start talking about what it really takes, we hear terms thrown around, terms like anti-military, anti-jobs. And it's really unfortunate that many times those deflections are the only points that supporters of these types of things can really bring up. The military buildup and the billions and billions of dollars that are being poured into the defense of the military assets on Guam represent an opportunity for improvements to basic services, improvements to programs, improvements to access to programs. I mean, if we're going to cut the business privilege tax and the government revenues down to the bone, where else are we supposed to get the money we need to move our island forward? Because right now we only have enough to keep things the way they are. And I don't have a problem taking advantage of these military buildup contracts, because it's one of the only ways our government and our island and our people can leverage benefits out of the lopsided arrangement that is our political status. But the minute we talk about seeking these improvements, they throw around the terms like anti-military. We're not talking about taxing the military here. We're talking about taxing these huge, big businesses that are making tens, hundreds of millions of dollars, billions of dollars even. And you just got to wonder why it's not supported. And I think it just goes back to perspective. You know, we have senators in here who used to write bids for military buildup contracts, who used to work for companies that get military buildup contracts. We have a chair of the Republican Party, a previous chair of the Republican Party, who was a lobbyist for many of these same companies that come here to make a lot of money on the military buildup. I'm sorry if you think it's anti-military to stand up for the people of Guam, to try and get really what is a fair share for our people. I mean, if we're going to give the big tax break to the biggest of the big businesses, I agree with the governor preserving this and inserting this into her budget bill, because it's one of the only ways that we can recoup some of these revenues that are, again, going to be up in smoke and unavailable to deal with the many challenges that our island's facing. And again, removing this doesn't just leave us at a status quo. It's going to put us even further in the hole. So I mean, it's too bad a majority of the members aren't here to even vote on this amendment, and I can see where it's going, but I definitely rise in objection to this amendment, and just further remind the people of Guam that it's not anti-military to stand up for our island. Sidos Masi.
On the amendment, anyone else wish to speak on the amendment? Senator Parrish, you're recognized.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, so I rise in opposition to this amendment. And when you look at so back in 2025, just a year ago, there was $15 billion awarded to contractors for military construction. And majority of them are off-island contractors. So, you know, we have been told, or by many people in the business industry, that we are going to experience an economic cliff, right? And it's really critical that we can capture as much of the revenues that are coming from the activity, so that we can hopefully reinvest that money to diversify our economy. You know, one of the biggest problems we have on Guam is capital flight. So what does that mean? The money leaves island rather than have a multiplier effect with the businesses here, especially at this critical time with, you know, tourism we're still trying to recover one of the main economic drivers of tourism. The other big economic driver is the military construction projects, $15 billion. So if you calculate it, that's about $750 million. That's not including any kind of exemptions that these businesses can attain. And so, really, because this was collected in the past, this is what helped to support our economy here on Guam, to support many of the services that everyone depends upon here, residents and businesses alike. We talk about roads, education, water, power. This is all needed by everybody. And so when we are looking to reduce revenues coming to support services, it's really not to our advantage. Especially we're seeing that most of this money is going to leave island. And like the proffer of the amendment stated, a lot of this money is already accounted for in the contracts. So it's being paid for. And if we are to move forward in this very critical time, we really need to engineer our economic development here, using what's left of this economic driver. 5 years is going to go by really quickly. And we need to diversify as quickly as possible and ensure the money is multiplied here on Guam. So what does that mean? We need to ensure that the educational investment that we put in and every budget is going to lead to a diversified economy. It means that we are going to have healthcare access. The one thing we hear is that people are leaving Guam because of high cost of living. By diminishing the revenues that the government receives is going to exacerbate things. We need to stabilize our economic base here. We need to invest very intentionally. We need to address capital flight. We can't continue to put money and then see it leave Guam. That's not going to help us. When we have two economic drivers really very vulnerable. And we know there's not enough money to support the needs. So just reducing that amount, it doesn't make sense to me. Yeah, we really need, we all talk about diversifying here on Guam. I think we need the political will to do that, and this amendment will take us in a different direction. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, can we take a recess?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Perez. 1 minute recess. The committee of the whole is back in order. On the amendment, on the Gumatato amendment, anybody else wish to speak? Senator Montanani, you recognize.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I also rise in opposition, I guess, of this amendment, and I'd just like to explain why, because I was one of the individuals that did support this amendment, or did not support it in the past. So the reasons why is because I had the opportunity to talk to some local contractors that are primes for these military construction contracts. And so for the public and anybody else that wants to understand, I'm just going to give it to you in the most simplest of terms. When you write the bid and when you submit the bid for pricing for a Department of Defense contract, you automatically build that in to your pricing. It'll say BPT. You put it in there. If you win the bid, or when you win the bid, it's already, like I said, inside of the pricing. So the contractor would pay the BPT. I don't know if that makes sense, but it's all built in. So it's not really a cost that the contractor bears, because the BPT pricing is in the bid. So I appreciate the fact that the governor, included this into the substitute bill. And now that I had this clarity from speaking with local contractors that are primes, and again, this does not apply to subcontractors. This is only the prime contractors that this 5% would be applied to. And also, the current budget law is at 5%, so we're not increasing it, we're not changing it. It remains at 5%. What it does is it extends to those below the $10 million threshold. And even in listening to the testimony from Gita, the amount of revenue that could generate, revenue that we need, is all the more reason why I don't support losing this revenue, and I don't support erasing this in the substitute bill. Thank you.
On the amendment, anyone else wish to speak on the amendment? Seeing and hearing none, then make sure we have quorum. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Would you like to close?
Yes, thank you so much. Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. At least 2 generations of our people were raised to seek greatness. Our moms and dads told us to go to school because no one can take away your education. We are inspired by the stories of those men and women whose success became part of our daily lives, from Talafofo to Tamuning. Mr. Chairman, as I walked up the stairs to a meeting last week at the offices of the Guam Chamber of Commerce, I paused and looked at the faces of the Chamber laureates, honored over the decades for their contributions to our economy and to Guam society as a whole. Our own titans of industry, to include the face of Mark Pangilinan, who died today at the age of 99. The Chamber laureates are that reminder that greatness is still a value we can and should aspire to. I proffered this amendment because the value we place on hard work and success should not be met by our own government with a different, harsher tax treatment than the one it offers every other sector of our economy. That is the entire question before this body. Why should a Guam company doing construction work for our military be taxed at a higher rate than the same company doing the exact same work here for anyone else? Mr. Chairman, I work for a Fortune 100 company that has done and continues to do a great deal of work here on Guam, both inside the fence and outside. They followed every Guam law and paid every Guam tax, as did all of their local subcontractors. I have also been a part of a Guam small business that grew exponentially through work on our military installations. Growth that meant taking on more responsibility, more risk, and more direct contracts of our own, rather than staying content as someone else's subcontractor for what seemed like forever. That is the story that this amendment is really about. We are not just talking about protecting the businesses already here. We are talking about the Guam companies that are one contract away from graduating from subcontractor to prime contractor, from doing the work to leading the work. Under the substitute bill as it stands, the moment that a Guam company succeeds enough to hold that prime contract directly, this government rewards that success with a penalty no competitor from off-island pays for doing business anywhere else in our economy. Mr. Chair, we should not be writing tax code to punish the exact moment a local business reaches for something greater. I mapped it out in our earlier discussions on this matter, the obstacles that have challenged Guam-based businesses trying to grow in this industry for the last 15 years. This amendment does the right thing for the hundreds of businesses doing work here today and for the many more looking to expand into this island's largest construction opportunity in a generation. If we are serious about the structural long-term fiscal discipline this administration says it wants, we should not be building next year's budget on a temporary construction boom that these very same officials will tell you in the next breath cannot be counted on to last. I am motivated simply by the words of my father, a U.S. Marine Vietnam veteran, who challenged me to be better than him, a challenge his own father gave to him and one I've certainly given to my son more times than I can count. We will not tax ourselves to prosperity, and we most certainly will not tax our own people out of the greatest economic opportunity this island has seen in a generation. Making Guam a great place to do business for everyone doing that business sends a message that this island badly needs to send right now, that Guam is not just open for business, Mr. Chair, but ready to compete for it, lead it, and profit from it as prime contractors in our own right. And again, I ask my colleagues to support this amendment for all of the people of Guam. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
On the Gumatato amendment, there has been an objection. All in favor of the amendment, please indicate by raising your hand. Amendment fails. Colleagues, we are on the next amendment. This amendment is CBL5P11. Senator Barnett, you're recognized.
See, just Mr. Chair, this amendment's actually, I had submitted it after the amendment that it's attached to, which I had to resubmit, so that amendment is further down. So am I able to move this down and address it should my other amendment pass?
Let me take a 1-minute recess.
Thank you.
The committee of the whole is back in order. Senator Burnett, you're recognized on your amendment.
Mr. Chair, for the opportunity to speak on my amendment, which seeks to raise revenues by maintaining a 4.5% BPT. I know I've made these arguments several times on the floor, and I think that this latest session that we're in continues to highlight the lack of revenues necessary, not just to fund programs and access to programs on a status quo level, but to even make improvements. As you know, Mr. Chair, because you were in here today, we have no excess revenues left at this point to appropriate in this budget bill because of Senator Taidequi's amendment, which locked up all of the remaining FY26 revenues and put them into the rainy day fund, which I only oppose because we're in this situation where we're having to choose between putting the last $4 million on the table right now into the rainy day fund or using it to fund things like a shortfall in the residential treatment fund. This is a very critical program that we debated and discussed heavily in the previous budget session, and it was very disappointing that it was not included in the governor's bill that we're debating right now. You know, as we know, there's many issues facing the Guam Department of Education, and doing things like activating the guard costs money, but with little to no, or actually no excess revenues on the table, we don't have the flexibility to respond to these things. We don't have the flexibility to respond to another situation like the child tax credit funding or any programs that the Trump administration chooses to diminish or discontinue. And I think we owe it to the people of Guam to have some cushion and some flexibility to respond to the many challenges that are seen and unseen, that we know of and that we don't know of. And so humbly, Mr. Chair, I ask for my colleagues' support of this maintenance of a 4.5% BPT.
On the Burnett Amendment, anyone wish to speak? Anyone wish to speak on the Burnett Amendment? Mr. Speaker? You are recognized, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, if the author of the amendment would yield to the question is basically, how were these numbers derived?
Does the author yield?
Yes, Mr. Chair, I yield. They were derived with the calculator.
Modern equipment, Mr. Speaker, calculator.
Mr. Chair, I struck through the 4% in another amendment, raised it to the 4.5%, and then added the $42 million that constitutes the half-point reduction in the business privilege tax.
Does that answer your question, Mr. Speaker?
Yes, it does, and I would suggest to the author that he change the battery in his calculator, in that, you know, granted that the amendment, this was immediately following a failed amendment that raised in a certain category of the business activity. It doesn't raise the certain category in all business activity. So you can't justify basically a 0.5%, raising a 0.5% based on all business activity when this amendment, all it does was it raised the tax rate on a certain category, which has yet to have been ascertained as to what it is. So while I agree with the author of the amendment that there may be an increase in as far as the revenues, to say that you did this based on an action on a 0.5% on all business activity, one cannot apply to this year. So in the practice of prudence, I would suggest to the author that you look at the activities, you give at least 2 quarters of activities to be able to see what that increase is going to be before you decide that you're going to raise the revenues in such a way that you're going to do this. So again, there's no denying that there's going to be an increase, but not at the levels that are this way. So for that, again, I think the battery's low on his calculator. I have to object.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Anyone else to wish to speak on the amendment? On the Barnett Amendment. Would you like to close, Senator?
Cesar Macia, Mr. Chair, for the opportunity to close. And I think it's very simple. By maintaining a 4.5% business privilege tax, my colleagues on this side of the aisle, who are joined by my 2 colleagues in the back, can continue to fulfill their promise to the Chamber of Commerce that they lowered the business privilege tax. And we can do what the Chamber of Commerce says. If you read Mr. Antalan's column, he talked about using government revenues to protect essential and basic services, which is exactly what I'm trying to do now, Mr. Chair, by maintaining the 4.5% business privilege tax. It would allow us the flexibility to cover, well, first of all, a lot of the amendments that are going to be ruled out of order because we're taking the last $4 million and putting it into the rainy day fund. It'll allow us to fund also the $700,000 shortfall for the residential treatment fund. And more importantly, Mr. Chair, we have to ask ourselves, are we really content with keeping things the way they are? Because that's what this budget from the governor does. That's what the budget that a majority of the members passed a couple weeks ago, that's what it does. It keeps us in the status quo. And that's because there's no revenues available for us to make the improvements that the people of Guam want. When I listen to all of the campaign commercials from everybody in this hall, they don't talk about keeping things the same. They don't talk about maintaining the status quo. They talk about making improvements. And if you take a look around, we don't really see those improvements. And that's why I feel it's important we have to preserve the revenues that we need to make those improvements. At this point, we're not talking about getting fancy. This budget barely gets us by. It preserves things the way they are, and I don't think the people of Guam are satisfied with the way things are. We have many problems that require solutions, and those solutions require funding. But if we take away $80 million to give to the biggest of the big businesses, what does that leave for the rest of the people? The people who signed the back of the check that's already gone. The people who are now having to pay tariffs, to ship king car and lemon powder to their families in the States because the president doesn't think we're American. But a majority of members in here continue to fall all over themselves to please the biggest of the big businesses. Because remember, the small businesses already pay a reduced rate of tax. So I'm asking you, por favor, please, let's prioritize our people. The business privilege tax rollback of 0.5%, despite what people say here in this hall, didn't lead to lower prices for the people of Guam. Prices are still going up. Wages are staying the same. So what do the people of Guam get for giving $80 million to to the biggest of the big businesses. They don't get the relief that you're talking about. They're still living paycheck to paycheck while we increase the profits for the big bosses of this island. So again, humbly asking the support of my colleagues to maintain the 4.5% business privilege tax so that we can deliver essential basic services, improved essential basic services for the people of Guam, and not remain in the status quo. Sidus Masi, Mr. Chair.
On the Barnett Amendment, there has been an objection. All in favor of the Barnett Amendment, please indicate by raising your hand. Amendment fails. Colleagues, the next amendment is CBL 19P131. Its funding source is from unappropriated 2026, which is now in, by amendment, is in the rainy day fund. As per amendment passed, amendments out of order.
Mr. Chair, if I may, on a point of order.
Yes.
I know it's the discretion of the chair, but in previous budget sessions I've been involved with, we've had the leeway and the flexibility to amend our amendment. As you know, we're not mind readers, predictors of the future in here, and I don't think any of us anticipated that there would be an amendment that would wipe out all of the excess revenues and put them into the rainy day fund. And I'm very willing to amend my amendment to reflect another funding source later in this session, which is unobligated fiscal year 2027 general fund revenues collected in excess of the adopted revenue levels established in Chapter 1. You know, with all due respect to your ruling, Mr. Chair, I believe the legislative process allows us to amend our amendment. And so I know you're ruling this out of order, and I anticipate you're going to say, challenge the chair, but I'm just asking you in good faith to allow me to move these amendments forward, amend the funding source so that it's not unexpended general fund fiscal year 2026 revenues. Sidus Masi and put for vote.
Yes, so my ruling stands. It's out of order. You're happy to overrule the chair.
Okay, I'll just make a motion to overrule the chair then.
So there's a motion to overrule the chair to amend the funding source in a amendment that is out of order. All in favor of overruling the chair, please indicate by raising your hand. Motion fails.
May I then ask a point of inquiry, Mr. Chair? Are you entertaining unobligated fiscal year 2027 general fund revenues collected in excess of the adopted revenue levels established in Chapter 1 as a valid funding source?
If there is an amendment that was proffered in the correct time while we were open, yes, I will. But not as a change to a funding source that will be out of order now.
Mr. Chair, you know that in previous budget sessions we've been allowed to amend our amendments, and I just would ask for again, the leeway
with
to
all
do that.
With all due respect,
respectfully.
Senator. With all due respect, Senator. The amendment has to be actively on the floor to be amended. So if it's out of order, it's out of order. Previous chairs,
and that's how you're using the rules to prevent it from being entertained. And all I'm saying is,
Senator,
in any legislature, we can proffer an amendment and then amend it. So,
Senator, respectfully, I have sat through many sessions, budget sessions, where the chair has ruled exactly like I'm ruling. It is out of order unless the amendment is in order. Yes, you can amend it if it's being entertained, but if it's out of order, it simply is not an active amendment, so it cannot be amended. Had it been done prior to the close, it would be in order. Senators, we're going to the next amendment at this time. And this amendment is CBL9.
Point of order, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, Senator, you're
So
recognized.
I know that was, what was passed originally was Senator Tadigui's amendment where it states that any lapsed funds shall be reverted, that lapsed funds shall be, I guess, put in the rainy day fund. But in the particular amendment, the statement, one of the phrases or the sentences says, nothing in this section shall affect any appropriation from fiscal year 2026 excess general fund revenues authorized by law, provided that any such funds that subsequently lapse or revert to the general fund shall be subject to this section. So this bill has not passed, right? So any amendment or anything in this bill is also going to, if this is your ruling, if this is the chair's ruling to say that any amendment cannot use excess general funds, then there's a particular part of the Guam Memorial Hospital section that appropriates $20 million from excess 2026 funds. So if you're ruling these amendments out of order, then this should be ruled out of order too.
Point of inquiry.
Go ahead, Mr. Speaker.
Wasn't the amendment for the Guam Memorial Hospital just an amendment to their existing law?
Correct.
Thank you.
That's already a law, and so that is already amended. That was a technical
what
amendment.
we have in this bill, this particular bill. So if I recall correctly, BBMR did not honor the appropriation from excess funds due to some nuanced languaging. And so in this particular bill, the language was aligned with to their liking, but it also comes from excess 2026 funds, the same money that's being utilized by these amendments.
Senator.
So I think there's a
Senator, I will
it's
answer.
arbitrary.
I will answer that question, Senator, because I'm not going to continue to debate. I will answer that question. It's very clear, even if you go to the reserve revenues, the $20 million for GMH is booked as revenue because it's appropriated. So that means if you go to the explanation that I gave yesterday to the panel, the reserve revenues recognizes the $20 million, which means it's appropriated. So the language change is not an appropriation. It is a language change to allow for the disbursement of the revenue. We are now moving on, Senators.
Sorry, it doesn't say that. It says
Are you,
$20 million for
okay.
unobligated fiscal 2026 general fund revenues collected in excess
Senator, in order
of adopted
to,
levels.
So,
So I
thank you,
think
Senator.
there's a disconnect right here.
Thank you for your point of order, Senator. You will now have to move to overrule the chair on my rulings. That is the only way we can proceed in order. Do you make a motion to overrule my rulings?
Yes, I make the motion because what's happening is arbitrary. These decisions are being arbitrary.
There is a motion to overrule the chair's rulings on the funding sources being available. All in favor, please indicate by raising your hand. Motion fails. We're back in order. Colleagues, we are now on Amendment CB L9-144.
Sidos Masia, Mr. Chair.
Excuse me, this amendment also uses the same funding source, so it is ruled out of order.
Mr. Chair, I would just ask you for a reconsideration on your ruling so that we can debate and discuss this amendment, which provides $500,000 in community-based grants to be administered by the Mayor's Council of Guam. I work closely with the Executive Director to develop this language. I proffered this in the last fiscal year budget. Unfortunately, it was voted down, and we're just trying to get this funding out to the Mayor's Council of Guam so they could support our sports organizations, including our youth, our adult, and intergenerational leagues and programs. So this covers everyone from the Manhoban to the Manamku. So I'd ask you again, Mr. Chair, to reconsider your ruling and allow me to use FY27 revenues so that we can invest in our people, our young people, our old people, and give out these community-based grants to be administered by the Mayor's Council of Guam.
There's a motion to overrule the chair's ruling of the funding source being out of order.
Actually, Mr. Chair, I ask that you reconsider your ruling.
Yeah,
out of the goodness of your heart to support our kids and our old folks.
My ruling stands. There's a motion to overrule the chair on the funding source not being available. All indicate by raising your hands. Motion fails. One-minute recess. The Committee of the Whole is back to order. Colleagues, the next amendment, CBL 15P46, also uses unexpended 2026 excess revenues, which don't exist by the passage of the tie degree amendment, so I'll rule it out of order.
Mr. Chair, I would just ask you again to reconsider, because this amendment, which appropriates $30,000 to the Guam Commission for Educator Certification, is absolutely necessary. As they're facing a shortfall in the governor's proposed bill, they will not be able to cover administrative fees, but more importantly, their rent, Mr. Chair. So this amendment just seeks to appropriate a paltry $30,000 from the unexpended fiscal year 2026 excess revenues. And I'm asking for your flexibility to allow me to amend the amendment, which is absolutely proper and germane in legislative process. And I just ask for your reconsideration of your ruling so that we can keep the GCEC housed and able to pay their rent, Mr. Chair. Respectfully.
1 minute recess. Committee of the Whole is back in order. Senator, my ruling stands, so you'd like to overrule the chair?
Yes, Mr. Chair, I would just respectfully attempt to, I wish I didn't have to, but I would motion to overrule you so that we can get this $30,000 to the GCEC so that they can pay their rent. Again, the budget that's submitted in the governor's budget bill, and even the previous budget that we passed, shorted the GCEC by $30,000, and that includes their rent. So I just respectfully ask my colleagues to support this so that we can get this really minimal amount over to the GCEC at their request. Sidos Masi.
All those in favor of overruling the chair's ruling of the funding source, please indicate by raising your hand. Motion fails. 1 minute recess. The Committee of the Whole is back in order. Colleagues, we are now on CBL 9P114II. Same issue with the funding source, so I rule it out of order.
Sidos Masi, Mr. Chair. I just want to again state for the record that the Rainy Day Fund Amendment doesn't freeze this budget at the moment it passes. Amendments adopted after it are just as valid as amendments adopted before it. And then once all appropriations are in and accounted for, only the remaining unobligated FY26 excess goes to the Rainy Day Fund. So on that note, I again ask you to reconsider your ruling and allow me to amend the amendment to reflect a different funding source so that we can get this supplemental appropriation of $30,000 to the Guam Commission for Educator Certification. Mr. Chair, we're looking at a certified teacher shortage of over 100 for this school year. So I think it's prudent, and we also have an obligation to support this agency. It's $30,000, Mr. Chair, but it's absolutely necessary for them to be able to pay their rent. So if we don't want our kids sitting in the cafeteria with a school aide or sitting in the hallway over at TZEN, then please support respectfully the overruling of the chair so that we can do some legislative work in here and amend the amendment to reflect a funding source that is acceptable to the good chair.
There's a motion to overrule the chair. All
Point
those
of
in
order,
favor?
Mr. Chair.
Yes.
Yes, you've been ruling all of these amendments out of order based on a previous amendment that said anything left in excess funds is going to go to the rainy day fund. But that amendment is going to be in the same bill as these amendments.
Yeah.
These amendments are using excess funds. There's nothing wrong with either of them. All of the amendments can coexist. They coexist in the bill as it is right now. You're using excess revenue. So it's really sounding arbitrary that you're saying because somebody said whatever's left gets to be put over here. They didn't name a certain amount. There was no amount that they said must be transferred. Yes. They said the balance.
Thank you for your point.
And the balance is not yet done because we're not done with this bill.
Do you wish to overrule the chair?
Of course we do. We've been trying to do that for turn after turn, Mr. Chair, because the ruling is arbitrary. It was not set in the beginning. There was no such rule. Yes. Again, it was made in the middle as we were going along. It was made up.
Senator,
and now you're taking the only opportunity that we have to fund some of these $30,000 appropriations for these agencies and saying arbitrarily that it's not appropriate. And that's completely wrong. And no, I've never seen any budget chair do that. You're wrong about that.
Thank you, Senator. We're, over 2/3 of the body continues to not overrule the chair. There's a motion to overrule the chair. Please indicate by raising your hand. Motion fails. So over 2/3 is a pretty good ratio. Let's see, we're on the next amendment.
Maybe they're afraid of you.
On the next amendment, this is CBL 9 P11144 III. For the same reason, I rule it out of order. The funding source is no longer available.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to raise the same point that the Rainy Day Fund Amendment does not freeze the budget at the moment it passes. Amendments adopted after it are just as valid as those adopted before it. Once all appropriations in the final budget are accounted for, only the remaining unobligated 2026 excess goes to the Rainy Day Fund. Again, I respectfully disagree with you ruling this amendment out of order. This amendment would increase the jury compensation rate from $30 to $60. This rate has not been increased in 40 years, Mr. Chair. And so again, I would ask for your reconsideration so that we can amend the amendment to put a funding source that you agree with in here so that we can get this very needed increase to the jury compensation rate passed in this budget bill. Respectfully, Mr. Chair, I disagree with your ruling, and I ask my colleagues again to support overruling the chair.
There is a motion to overrule the chair. All those in favor to overrule the chair on funding source not being available, please indicate by raising your hand. Motion fails. One minute recess. The Committee of the Whole is now back in order. We are now on CBL 9P144 III. Once again, funding source is unavailable, so I rule it out of order.
Mr. Chair, I again would like you to reconsider your ruling, and I just want to again state for the record that the Rainy Day Fund Amendment that was proffered and passed by Senator Tydegui doesn't freeze the budget. The moment it passes, we can still pass amendments, and once all the appropriations in the final budget are accounted for, then the leftover would go towards the Rainy Day Fund. So I ask you again to reconsider your decision and allow this amendment, which seeks to increase the jury compensation rate from $30 to $60. This was supported in the public hearing by the judiciary. We've included language at the request of the judiciary that allows the Judicial Council to review the juror compensation every 3 years after we implement this 100% increase. And so I respectfully ask you to reconsider your ruling and allow me to amend the funding source, which we didn't anticipate would be ruled out of order because, again, it appears that you're just following your own rules, respectfully. And so I ask to overrule the chair so that we can deliver this much-needed increase to the jury compensation rate. It hasn't been increased in over 40 years. The bill was very supported by the judiciary of Guam in their testimony.
Point of order, Mr. Chair. Is there a motion or something that?
Yeah, there's a motion.
Yeah, making a motion.
Yeah, so I will call the vote. Thank you,
Yeah,
Senator.
So the motion again is to overrule the
Yes.
chair, and thank you for allowing me to speak on the motion.
I will call the vote at this time. There's been a motion to overrule the chair, inadequate funding source. All those in favor of overruling the chair, please indicate by raising your hand. Motion fails. Colleagues, we are now on Amendment VAB-L18, P31. Senator Boyer, you're recognized.
1 minute recess, Mr. Chair. I think my
1 minute recess. Committee of the Whole is back in order. Senator Bora, you're recognized on your amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, this amendment is really just about one thing, Mr. Chair. We've all seen over the last couple of weeks the whole, the uproar at George Washington High School with the, attempt to, or the agreement to bring SIFA into George Washington High School temporarily until they were able to find a permanent home. And this was requiring GD to, what this amendment does, Mr. Chair, is really just requiring, because if it was one thing that the students, or especially the teachers who were affected by this MOU, what their frustration was, and they didn't necessarily disagree, not that they agreed, but they were, like they said, they were good soldiers and they were going to make it work. But what they were really asking and what they would have at least appreciated was a discussion with the leadership team to be able to address their concerns, ensure that their concerns are heard, and that there was some kind of commitment to address those concerns. So all we're doing with this amendment, Mr. Chair, is requiring, and I'll read it, that prior to the leasing or renting any portion of a school to an outside entity that would require the displacement, relocation, or material disturbance of an existing classroom or portion of a school occupied by Guam Department of Education students or staff, the Deputy Superintendent of Education Support and Community Learning or the appropriate Deputy Superintendent shall provide reasonable public notice to affected stakeholders of the proposed action. Such notice shall describe the proposed use of the school property, identify the classrooms, programs, students, or staff that may be affected, and provide the anticipated date of implementation. Prior to implementation, the Deputy Superintendent shall provide affected stakeholders a reasonable opportunity to provide input, including through at least one stakeholder input session. And stakeholders shall include, as applicable, affected students, parents or guardians, teachers, school employees, school administrators, and other members of the affected school community. Nothing in this section shall be construed to prohibit the Guam Department of Education from leasing or renting school property or from relocating classrooms, programs, students, or staff following the notice and stakeholder input process required herein. Mr. Chair, again, this amendment is pretty straightforward. It really is, it's ensuring that the leadership at the Department of Education at least provides an opportunity for their stakeholders to raise any concerns and at least be in the know of what's about to happen within their school and their learning areas. And I'd like to ask my colleagues for their support. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
On the Borja Amendment, anybody wish to speak on the Borja Amendment? Like to close, sir? Senator Barnett, you're recognized.
Sijus Masi, Mr. Chair. If the author would yield, I'd like to ask the definition of reasonable public notice to affected stakeholders.
Does the author yield?
I think any time before, I think before this decision is made, Mr. Chair, if we want to put in the timeline, I think as long as the stakeholders know before the decision made, which is what the amendment is saying, is that before a decision is made, there should be, they should be notified and there should be an opportunity for them to provide some input.
Senator Barnett, you have this floor.
Sijus Masi, Mr. Chair. Not necessarily on the amendment, but I think that the Guam Department of Education has been focusing way too much attention on trying to become real estate agents, and they're kind of forgetting the core mission, and we've seen what happens when they do that. Look at what's going on now with Teton High School and Simon Sanchez, the home of the Sharks. The issue I have with the amendment, well, generally I have an issue with GDOE playing real estate agent only because they have 2 vacant schools right now, Chief Brody and LBJ, and they've been talking nonstop about using these vacant properties to generate revenue. But what's actually happening is these properties are being used for dump sites. Chief Brody they're dumping all the Balingasgas materials over there. Further, the language here that's underlined kind of sounds like exactly what happened at GW with SIFA, and I disagree. I don't think the teachers agreed with the decision. They were upset because they didn't feel like they were given adequate notice, and they also didn't support being kicked out of their classrooms. And we're talking about displacing special education students. There's that saying, fool me once, fool me twice. GDOE has already shown that they lack the consideration necessary to make a good decision when it comes to leasing these properties. And yet this amendment allows them to repeat the same scenario we just went through with George Washington High School and SIFA. Because it says here, nothing in this section shall be construed to prohibit GDOE from leasing or renting school property or from relocating classrooms, programs, students, or staff following the notice and stakeholder input process required herein, which is very similar to the stakeholder input process that they did over at GW, because they did inform the teachers and they did allow for a meeting, and they basically were trying to proceed with the action. And so that's the problem I have, is that this amendment preserves the ability for GDOE to kick our special education students out of their classrooms and to put them in the laundry room with mold, to put them in the condemned classrooms contaminated with asbestos. And Superintendent Wampat thinks that us preventing her from doing that is tying her hands. If tying her hands is going to prevent her from evicting our special education students, then I say we tie her hands. And I just don't think this amendment provides the safeguards. I think we should amend the amendment and say that GDOE shall not relocate classrooms, programs, students, or staff, because as the amendment says, they're supposed to lease vacant classrooms and decommission schools and other properties, not evict our public school students out of their classrooms and then say it's vacant. Sin after sin, trying to close the southern schools, trying to prioritize charter school students over our vulnerable special education and ESL populations, not maintaining a school resulting in a shutdown. When do we hold the Guam Department of Education accountable? Because allowing them to continue the nonsense that they've been doing doesn't protect our students. If we pass this, nothing is going to stop Wampat from putting 3 special education classrooms into 1 classroom. That's what was going to happen at GW. And this amendment allows it to happen again. So I respectfully ask my colleagues to oppose this amendment and to think about our special education students, our ESL students, our public school students, and to stand up for them when GDOE leadership doesn't.
On the Borja Amendment, anyone else wish to speak on the Borja Amendment? Senator Perez, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, I agree with the remarks of the retiring speaker. What this amendment does, it solidifies any action, even if it's opposed by the school body, for DOE to go ahead and displace students. It specifically states that if prior to leasing or renting any portion of a school to an outside entity would require displacement, relocation, or material disturbance of an existing classroom, they would be given a meeting. But at this point, the amendment also goes on to say that it doesn't prohibit DOE from leasing, even though it's going to cause displacement. So what this amendment would do, it would have basically prevented GW, if this amendment was passed, it would have prevented GW from having to exert their needs to make sure that the special needs students retain their classroom. And the decision that was made, you know, SIFA has young students. To put young students with an older population, you know, that was the wrong decision, really. In addition to these other things, as far as displacing the resident population. Really, the resident school population should be prioritized. Their needs should be prioritized over leasing properties. In fact, the determination should have been made first and foremost whether those properties were available before making the decision to displace them. I think it's reversed. This is really upside down. And if you look at it, this is really the, if you give an inch, take a mile syndrome. This Section 19 really circumvents a public law that we passed, that was passed by this body, that required an appraisal, and that DOE received proper compensation for the leasing. This one circumvents, this particular section circumvents the law. It's already giving superintendent the opportunity by discretion to lease properties without appraising, without complying with all these other safeguards that was passed by public law and Public Law 38-66. So again, we give an inch and they take a mile. That is not proper. So if this amendment were to pass, we would have the repeat of GW, but it wouldn't end the same way. Those students would have been displaced because by law it would allow it. And that is not good policy, especially if all these other factors, such as putting younger students with older students, that should have been already a red flag. And some of these teachers put their own money into preparing these classrooms. And as a former teacher, I know that. I would buy my own paint, my own projector, my own computer. And for someone to make a decision that goes against all the hard work of our teachers unilaterally, you know, this amendment would allow that. That's not right. So I stand in objection to this amendment.
On the Borja amendment, anybody else wish to speak? Senator Borja, Senator Talai, you recognize.
Yes, I concur with the previous speakers that this amendment really doesn't do anything different than status quo. It tells them you should have a hearing, but there's no penalty if they don't. It says they need to let the stakeholders know what they're doing. It doesn't tell you what kind of notice. It doesn't tell you what happens if they don't do that, what happens if they do that, and every single person in that room objects. Nothing. Then it says, in fact, the last sentence of this amendment says, nothing in this section shall be construed to prohibit GDOE from leasing or renting school property or from relocating classrooms, programs, students, or staff following the notice and stakeholder input process required herein. I even heard the board member, Mary Okada, on the radio saying the board finds out about this kind of stuff in the news. Well, welcome to the notice process for everyone, including students and parents. That's how they're going to find out. It doesn't give any kind of real parameters. And I think this really doesn't resolve what the problem really is. The problem is GDOE is claiming now they're on a frenzy to lease out their properties, to find spaces for charter schools, to do all kinds of things instead of really focusing on making sure that we spend our federal funds properly, making sure that we can get teachers into the classrooms, making sure that special ed students are not going to be the first people that get moved around in the schools. Honestly, the whole thing is just so unbelievable. And I think, I don't know, I can't, this does not match the outrage that the parents feel, or the staff, or the teachers. As my colleague said, these teachers who are working very, very hard, being understaffed. And I think we should be supporting them. And, you know, so I'm thinking, how did we get to this process? One of the reasons we got to this is because we had a law in place that authorized GDOE under special circumstances to lease parts of their property, but under very strict parameters. And not too long ago, this body, I think led by the same person proffering this amendment, moved to remove those parameters and say, let's just do it in a very much looser way. And that's really the problem that we're having when we try to say, you know, we know the ideal, but when we remove those rules, because I don't even know why, I know I objected to that, then we're going to keep ending up with stuff like this. I don't know, the Army, the National Guard, the call for the National Guard to help clean schools is not, I don't know, these are just apples and oranges. Sure, we're hitting the root of the problem. The root of the problem is just, does GDOE have the focus on fixing the schools? Are we going to take care and back them up in negotiations with the contractors in fixing the schools? Or are we going to back up the contractors and say they need more money and that we should not force them to fix the schools up? I heard that yesterday in here. So I just think we need to get refocused on who's doing what. And this should not be the priority of GDOE. It should be their priority to get teachers in those classrooms and make sure that our children are getting an education. And if they are thriving in an environment, I don't think GDOE should focus on moving them around. It doesn't make any sense. That's why we objected to closing the southern schools. Same as closing the special ed classrooms or moving them around. It's like they have to have a principle. And if it's just money, then that's never going to work for our children.
Thank you, Senator. On the Borja amendment, Senator Gumatato, you're recognized.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. I actually rise in support of this amendment, and I absolutely disagree with the retiring speakers who basically said this is bad policy. You know, if we just take a step back, what we're trying to do is help the education system. They've run out of ideas on how to fund certain things. We have a lot of underutilized facilities across this government. And before they could even get forward and trying to do anything, we have colleagues in here that just want to see it stuck. I've been here 18 months. Everything is, no, you cannot do that because we have a better idea. Well, you know, they don't have enough votes for the better idea. Right now, what's in front of us now is a reasonable fix right now. I think folks across the board in the education system will admit they made mistakes. So we're going to sit here and keep beating them up, you know, in these session after session, committee of the whole after committee of the whole, public hearing after public hearing. What's the policy that's going to help them? This is one step forward for that. You know, I got to give a little bit of credit to the committee chair. At least he came in here with a solution, Mr. Chair. Saying we can't do something, we're going to continue this thing over and over again. Whether you're in the north, central, or south, what they need is policymakers to step up and support the schools. It's not perfect. That's why we're here. And so I rise in support of this, and as a member of the Committee on Education, will continue to try to support common sense policy proposals that in the case of GDOE, they need help, or else we wouldn't be here with this amendment. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator. On the Borja amendment, anybody else? Seeing and hearing none. Senator Borja, would you like to close?
Roll call.
Thank you.
Yeah, he's closing, ma'am.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. You know, this, like most of the things that I bring in here, it's not, I don't see a social media post and then I try to react and I come in here with an idea to try and address that. Mr. Chair, when the seafood thing came up, it was even before that meeting. I was talking to the principals, I was talking to the teachers, I was talking to family members who work at George Washington High School. My classmate is the vice principal, one of the assistant administrators there. I have nieces and nephews that go to GW. And I will say there were some that just outright, no, we don't want them here. But most of them, the consensus was, Senator Borja, we don't mind, we get it. And whatever but at least ask us, or at least give us an opportunity to, and this is, I'm not, I bet if I brought in the bill that said, don't do it, the opposition would have argued and said anyway, this is a big policy change. We probably should have a public hearing, Mr. Chair. And so I think for me, they're saying this is bad policy in response to something that was an outcry from the community, but I don't see in any of the other amendments that are coming up any attempt to address this. It could be drastic. We could say don't do it. And he's more than welcome to make an amendment to do that, Mr. Chair. But again, this is a slow, taking baby steps to respond to the concerns of not just a social media post or messages from social media, but this was from a week and a half. Superintendent notified me on July 16th, or the school called me on July 16th to tell me that CIFA was possibly going to come over. Through that, all the way up until the MOU being signed, Mr. Speaker, I spoke to most of the teachers and some of the students and the parents of the school. And again, I get it. It could be drastic. It could say, no, don't do that. We try to do that, and then we're saying we're tied. And so I'm confused with some of my colleagues on, let's not tie the superintendent's hand. That's never the intent. I'm never here to try and just tell anybody what to do. A lot of the things are done through collaboration, trying to find a solution, rather than coming on the floor and trying to debate it. Mr. Chair, there were many attempts to address to address the concerns. And this was one that I think was in the middle in regards to tying the superintendent's hand, but at least a notification so that it's not a surprise and people are not finding out through social media, Mr. Chair. And I think it's a simple ask for the Department of Education in regards to what they're doing. And I ask my colleagues for their support, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
On the Borja amendment, are there objections?
Roll call, please.
There is an objection, and there is a call for roll call. 2 calls for roll call. So, clerk, please call the roll. And I guess, was there a third? I only saw 2. Yeah, okay. Clerk, please call the roll.
Vice Speaker Atta. Vice Speaker Atta, yea. Senator Barnett. Senator Barnett, nay. Speaker Blas. Speaker Blas, yea. Senator Borja. Senator Borja, yea. Senator Calvo. Senator Calvo, yea. Senator Dueñas.
Yay.
Senator Dueñas, yea. Senator Gumatautau. Senator Gumatautau, yea. Senator Lujan. Senator Lujan, yea. Senator Muñoz Barnes. Senator Muñoz Barnes, yea.
Members not present. Can you excuse members not present?
Mr. Chair, and make a motion to move members not present for voting.
Thank you, Vice Speaker. There's a motion to excuse members not present. Any objection? Seeing and hearing none, please continue, Madam Clerk.
Senator Parkinson. Senator Parkinson, excused. Senator Perez. Senator Perez, nay. Senator Salas Matanani. Senator Salas Matanani, yea. Senator San Agustin. Senator San Agustin, excused. Senator Tydegui.
Nay.
Senator Taitagui, nay. Senator Terlahi. Senator Terlahi, nay.
Colleagues, the Borja Amendment received 9 yeas, 4 nays, and 2 excused. The Borja Amendment is passed. Colleagues, we are now on the next amendment. Once again, Senator Borja is recognized. VAB L23 through 25, P211-212. Senator Borja, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This amendment is it's a pretty simple amendment, Mr. Chair. All it's doing is restoring or striking out the attempt or the language in the bill that the governor sent down that pretty much moves the DOE finances to central accounting. And I think, you know, although I understand the administration's intent, because I think this body shares the same sentiment in regards to a lot of the issues with their accounting and getting the audit especially done in time for the government of Guam to complete its entire audit. But I think this probably requires a lot, you know, a deeper discussion in how this will transition back to central accounting. And so the next 3 amendments, Mr. Chair, and I only say that because I don't want to open for the other 2, but that's all that this specific amendment is for Section 80. And so I'm asking my colleagues for their support in just leaving the central accounting back at GDOE for now, Mr. Chair.
On the Borja Amendment, anybody wish to speak on the Borja Amendment? Senator Chalal, you recognize.
Yes, I totally agree with this amendment. I don't even know how these provisions got into this budget bill out of the blue without any kind of a hearing. And so I think so I support removing these provisions from the governor's bill. This would pretty much keep for GDOE their accounting in their hands for now, and that if we want to consider a central accounting, that we have a public hearing where DOA can lay out the benefits that it thinks it's going to see from doing that, and GDOE can lay out the benefits or the cons of doing that. Yeah, because we see from the amendment that our existing law already provided that GWA, GPA, the airport, GURA, GIDA, the judicial branch, the legislative branch, GCC, UOG, Mass Transit, and DOE were able to have their own accounting system. And so, again, these things evolve over years of problems, and I don't want to see DOE end up in the same situation, kind of like the AG's in right now, where their bills don't get paid if somebody's not happy with them up there, because we're trying to get the politics out of education. So I'd just like to have a public hearing on this if they're going to try to move any kind of measure like this. So I totally support the amendment to remove this from the bill. These provisions that would place the fiscal control of DOE into central accounting under DOA and the governor and the state clearinghouse.
On the Borja Amendment, anyone else wish to speak on the Borja Amendment? Senator Taitagui, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I too stand in full support of this amendment here, striking out this part of the budget bill. I'm not quite sure, you know, the explanation that was given by when we were in the Committee of the Whole and had the administration in front of us to discuss this, actually even justified this particular section as to why they want this control. And even to include all these other agencies along with it makes you wonder did they know something that we didn't know? Because during the question phase and answer phase of those who came before us to discuss the budget, it really didn't shed any, this is going to fix everything. This is going to make things better at all. So I stand in full support of striking this section out in the bill. Thank you.
On the Borja amendment, Senator Barnett, you recognize.
Mr. Chair. As I said before, it's just very disappointing that the governor has chosen to end her legacy with this right here. Deeply disappointing. This language that she included in this bill, this section, and then there's another section that puts them under the state clearinghouse. I mean, it's such a desperate, lame duck power grab. The governor has been trying for a few years to take over the Guam Department of Education. There was a point where she gave our public school students the cold shoulder and said, I can only help if you put me in charge. And one of the retiring speakers asked, why would they want this? I think it was mentioned on this floor that GDOE has $61 million in their bank account, and that just makes those folks over there at Adelup, that makes their mouth water. That's the only thing they want from our education system: power and money. And that's sad, really. And just further, with GDOE having $61 million in the bank account, why are they out here trying to play real estate agent? But in support of the amendment, as I said earlier this week, I think the only entity that has a worse track record when you look at these audit findings is the executive branch. They actually have a worse track record than GDOE with the textbooks and the air cons and the laptops. So taking GDOE's finances and putting them under the home of the $22.6 million in question costs makes no sense, because it's not about making sense. It's about having access to the dollars that are supposed to support our schools. So, si Dios masi for this amendment, and again, shame on this last-minute lame duck attempt, again, to seize not just control, but the assets, really, of the Guam Department of Education, our public schools, and our public school students.
On the Borja amendment, anybody else wish to speak? Seeing and hearing none, Senator Borja, you'd like to close? Any objection to the Borja amendment? Seeing and hearing none, amendment passes. Next amendment, Senator Borja once again. This is VAB L8-26 P212-214. Senator Borja, you recognize.
Mr. Chair, this is the same attempt. It's just a different section, different section, Section 81. And so same ask, remove this from the budget bill in regards to GDOE finances, if I can get my colleagues' support as well.
On the Borja amendment, more cleanup on the finances and operations in the financial world of DDOE. Any objections to the Borja amendment? Seeing and hearing none, amendment passes. Colleagues, we are now on, once again, Borja amendment L10 to 24, P214-215. Senator Borja, you recognize.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Again, same intent with this amendment. It's delete Section 82 out of the governor's budget bill, which again leaves GDOE's finances and operations as is.
On the Borja amendment, once again, more cleanup. Senator?
Yes,
July,
so again, this
recognize.
is the governor had put in this bill these brand new provisions that said that where legislatures had previously made UOG, GCC, and DOE exempt from the purview of the Guam State Clearinghouse. She wanted to have purview again over Guam Department of Education. And I can maybe understand some of the benefits that that might bring, just kind of a coordinated look, maybe more transparency where some might be lacking. But I think without a public hearing, we really can't see both sides of this, particularly GDOE sides, particularly the years and years, I'm sure, that we may have operated under such a system that caused previous legislatures to reverse that or to take that power away and let GDOE, which probably has the largest amount of grants in Guam, I'm not sure, but I'm guessing, to be able to act quickly and focus on just those. So again, this is just one of those things that really requires a public hearing. That's just smart policy. That's not obstructionism, because unless you believe that our government is built on not giving the public opportunity to comment on what we're doing, not giving these agencies who we are shuffling around an opportunity to tell us from their expertise or their point of view how this would impact them. I think that would just be acting blindly. So I support this amendment to remove these provisions from the bill until there's a public hearing.
On the Borja amendment, anyone else? Seeing and hearing none, you want to close, Senator Borja? Waive closing. Are there any objections to the Borja amendment? Seeing and hearing none, amendment passes. Colleagues, we are on the next amendment, another Borja amendment. It is VAB L21P220. Senator Borja, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Colleagues, the purpose of this amendment is simple. I know the conversation about ARP money from the Guam Department of Education that we talked about a lot last year is gone. In fact, I think the amount of money that we gave back because we didn't spend was almost $8 or $9 million because of whatever issue during the transition from the Swanson team to the Dr. Wampat team. But the purpose of this amendment, Mr. Chair, is that one thing that has not gone away that they're still trying to address is the payment to contracts. The issue with some of the contracts was, I think, or what I know is the transition between the two leadership teams and the passing of information and documentation. And one thing that the Department of Education is not arguing, they're not arguing that none of the work was done. The argument, or what they're trying to figure out, is the paperwork that allowed the work to continue despite some change orders and modifications to the work. And so with discussion with the Guam Department of Education and trying to figure out how we can address this, because the contractor, and not just one, there's another contractor who didn't come to the public hearing or the last oversight hearing who talked about money owed, which is the contractor who was doing FBLG is another contractor who's still owed. Again, the limitations or the language in the contract does not allow the Guam Department of Education to pay these vendors. And so, of course, before I even proffered this amendment, Mr. Chair, I met with the Guam Department of Education, and my only question was, is there any disagreement that what they're asking for, the payment that they're asking for, is for work that is done? And it's one thing that we can all agree is that the work was done, they're owed. It's just there's because of the contract and the expiration and with ARP, they can't by law be able to pay those invoices that have been submitted. And so this was the language that was given or that was recommended, Mr. Chair. And so if I could ask my colleagues for their support.
On the Borja amendment, anybody else wish to speak on the Borja amendment? Senator Barnett, you're recognized.
Mr. Chair, would the author yield? Is this to pay Cortec?
Does the author yield?
This is for Cortec, Mr. Chair, and Northern Construction.
Senator Barnett, you have
Thank you, Mr. Chair. You know, I find it interesting that Cortec, and I attended the public hearing, there did seem to be a little bit of a disagreement between the current GDOE finance superintendent and what the president, CEO of Cortec was saying. So I would just proceed cautiously, but I do find it interesting that we're falling all over ourselves to put an amendment in here to take care of Cortec when Cortec didn't take care of our public schools over at Teason High School. It's very unfortunate and it's very clear, and I think there are members in this body who can speak to the terms of the contract because they were the ones who actually delivered it for the final signing during the Camacho administration. So yeah, I just have to raise that point that Cortec, as the landlord of Teason High School, has failed our public school students by failing to maintain the facility. And I know it is a little bit of apples and oranges, but again, there was a dispute during the public hearing about what was owed to Cortec and whether the documentation was complete and accurate. And I think that was kind of the big concern that the Deputy Superintendent of Finance, Franklin Leon Guerrero, had. And that's why he didn't pay Cortec. On the subject of Northern Construction, it's also just a little bit problematic because it's my understanding that they have not completed work at FBLG. And it's also very disappointing that, again, because of the contract language, there are unfinished tasks at FB Leon Guerrero. For example, the contractor, Northern Construction, didn't seal the tiles. So you have about 11 classrooms in there that are leaking tile glue every time the students step on the tile, and they're tracking it all over the place. And DOE was told that, oh, it wasn't in the contract, so they're not going to go and fix that. So again, it's going to come back to GDOE, just like at Teason High School. When Cortec ignored the work orders that were submitted prior to Sinlaku, after Bavi, who the hell do you think went to go do the work that the richest company on our island couldn't do? The hardworking men and women in the GDOE Facilities and Maintenance Division. They picked up the slack. They assumed the responsibility that the landlord abandoned. And you could see the strings all over. Whether it's the recordings relative to Simon Sanchez or special interest amendments that seek to pay out vendors that the agency themselves has questions about. Now, I'm not disputing that work was done. Obviously, work was done at our schools. I'm just trying to make a point that it just seems a little lopsided that we're rushing and trying to pass this to pay Cortec, to pay Northern Construction, but we're not rushing to hold Cortec responsible as the landlord of Teason High School. In fact, we're doing everything but that. We're trying to call in the National Guard to do Cortec's job. And who's going to pay for that? Well, we can't use the excess revenues to pay for it because there's nothing left. So I just wanted to put those comments on the record, Mr. Chair. And again, just going back to Teason High School, I just received so many complaints about Cortec not maintaining that facility, work orders that were ignored, GDOE, facilities and maintenance, having to respond to the school while every other school needs facilities and maintenance work done. And I'm also just not comfortable when we are in here trying to push through things to get people paid outside of the normal process, especially when the finance people from GDOE, I mean, they shared big concerns about some of these bills that Cortex says they're owed. So thank you, Mr. Chair, for the opportunity to speak on the amendment.
On the Boer amendment, Senator
Point of inquiry,
Jalai?
Mr. Chair.
Yes.
I was just wanted to ask the author about this amendment because it just kind of appears to me that we are we're inserting ourselves into what appears to be a dispute between the contractor and the Guam Department of Education. Can you clarify, is that what this amendment is doing?
Does the author yield?
Absolutely, Mr. Chair. You know, I like to say I try not to get into like controversial things. I'm not with my colleagues, but just when I spoke to the Department of Education about because of course both contractors have reached out multiple times, and I've had many discussions with the Department of Education in regards to these payments. And Mr. Chair, really my conversation was, even when I first talked to them, was, hey, if the work was done and if the money is owed, then what can we do to address this, to rectify this? I get you're saying that based on the contracts and the change orders and the times that you can't pay because I try not to, I'm not, when I had it, and then even when I spoke to Dr. Wanpat, I said, if this is, I just want to know if it's, you don't have the money, or what is the issue with trying to, and we want to pay them, but legally we can't because of the language and because of the law. It prevents us from paying it because of whatever happened in regards to documents and when they made it, when they found it. And so that was the issue, Mr. Chair. And, again, this was what I was given when I asked, how can we rectify paying a contractor who we just didn't pay because we lost the paper, or there was paperwork lost. And so I'm not trying to get into anything other than my question to the Department of Education was, hey, they're saying you owe them. We're not disputing that you owe them. You're just disputing the fact that you can't pay them because of paperwork and contract dates and when they've ended. And again, a lot of this had to do with the transition between the two. And so that is my only attempt with this, or that was my intent with this amendment, Mr. Chair, and the reason I did. I know that there was, and to clarify at the public hearing, there was never a dispute about the money. It was, and even I remember from Mr. Yangro saying that they were submitting, invoices that they can't pay because of the dates and the when those invoices were submitted. And so that's the issue that we're trying to address here, Mr. Chair. But that's how this amendment came. This did not come from the, just to clarify, it did not come from any of the vendors or contractors, Mr. Chair. This was just me talking to GDOE and how do we rectify this issue, because they're banging on our doors on trying to figure out and get help with payment. I wouldn't say banging on my door, but they've reached out multiple times, and I just tried to figure out how to help, Mr. Chair.
Does that answer your question, Senator Martinez?
Yes, it's clear. Thank you.
Thank you. Senator Jalai, you recognize?
Yes, thanks. I share the concerns of the inquiry that was just made. It seems so strange to me. We don't have particular items that we're saying these should be paid. Somebody's done some kind of adjudication, and whatever impediment it is, we're specifying what that is, and we're going to waive that. We're pretty much waiving all the laws again. We're doing this, they shall promptly pay amounts owed. But some of what we're hearing and the testimony was that that's the dispute, is what is owed. That's the dispute, is whether, like number 3 says, all required invoices and supporting documentation have been submitted. Isn't that the dispute? Isn't the dispute...
Point of information, Mr. Chair, that is not true. It's always been about, it was never about the amount. And even with all parties, to include the vendor and Department of Education, there has never been a disagreement that the money is owed. It was about when the paperwork was turned in.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Jalai, you have the floor.
So you're saying you spoke to the contractors, if the author would yield then. I never said anything about amounts, because I'm not talking about amounts. That I'm talking about what this language says, that all required invoices and supporting documentation have been submitted, but you also said that that's the problem GDOE is having, is that they don't have the documents that they think is required by the contract or required by ARP or required by some other law that we're trying to waive here when you say notwithstanding any other provision of law, they shall pay. And we are absolutely getting in the middle of a contract, and if we're going to do that, then I think the contract should be in front of us. The exact language in that contract that we want to waive should be done somehow. Whatever invoice we are going to pay, notwithstanding any other law or the contract or the documentation, that really should be very, very, very clear. I don't agree with this blanket language that we are mandating GDOE to pay invoices after they've already said they have a problem paying it because of either existing law or the contract terms, and they haven't amended. Neither them nor the contractor have agreed to amend the contract terms, it seems, otherwise they would have resolved it. So to come in here and say that this is some amicable resolution, I think there's just no documentation to support that. And we are mandating them to act in a certain way without that kind of documentation in front of us, at least. So I don't want to act blindly like that. This is a matter that's, they're obviously being impeded by either a law or the contract itself, or the documentation doesn't match what ARP requires. And then the government of Guam is going to come in there and say, despite all that, just pay them. Well, I just think then that should require a little bit more work, and we should just actually have exactly that in front of us so that we can make it as narrow as possible, not as blanket like this. We've been in so much trouble, the legislature, for interfering, giving sweetheart deals to certain contractors, here mandating DOE is going to pay them pretty much. I don't know, it's just so general, it's really hard to know what exactly is going to be paid with this. Something was mentioned about the expiration of the ARP, so are we going to violate federal law in doing this? It's really not clear. I think, again, this is one of those things. This is a new section to the chapter. It wasn't in the bill. This could be done by a separate bill where they have an absolute public hearing with the real details of what laws we're going to bypass to get this contract paid for these vendors. And I'm all for paying vendors, so I actually like subsection C because this says give us a report of all the outstanding payables, the names, the contract amount, all of the details. If we don't have that yet, then of course we should have that. That's subsection C. But subsection A, where we're mandating that they shall promptly pay, I disagree with this. There's just too many factors involved that are not in the parameters of this floor amendment. So I think because this hasn't had a public hearing, Mr. Chair, that this should not be allowed.
On the Bora amendment, anybody else wish to speak? Seeing and hearing none, you'd like to close, Senator Bora?
That's a point of order, Mr. Chair, on budget bills that we're going to put in miscellaneous provisions or riders, that they have to have had a public hearing.
Like other amendments, I've ruled that they're eligible to be discussed on the floor. Is there an objection?
What do you mean, like other amendments?
Yes. There's been several amendments that have...
No, those were all amendments to existing language in the bill. This is to add a totally new section, not before discussed or had any public hearing.
Like you mentioned, ma'am, the governor's bill itself even came down with a number of those amendments, and so we discussed them. We even discussed removing them. Senator Bora, you may close.
Point of order, Mr. Chair, if you can just rule on whether you're going to do that despite 2 GCA, I think it's 2106, that mandates that we not put riders on bills that way.
Senator, we've fully discussed the amendment, and now the author's going to close. The amendment's in order. Senator Bora, you can close.
Oh, the irony. I just wanted to say that because, you know, we usually, you know, this last budget session, we did that. We argued all throughout the 2-3 weeks about public hearings, but then when it came down to a specific amendment that probably should have had a public hearing, there was no objection on that side, Mr. Chair. But again, I'm not going to lose any sleep if this, this amendment was not, it's not a special interest. I didn't make no deals with anybody. This came as a result of me speaking with the Guam Department of Education, trying to find a solution to a problem that they said they had in regards to why they couldn't pay vendors, Mr. Chair. And again, to put on the record one more time, the first question I asked when we had a very straightforward discussion was, all I really care about if we're going to try and entertain this is, are we disagreeing that we owe them this money? And we all agreed that we're not disagreeing that we owe them the money. The statement straight from the superintendent and the DFAS was, I want to pay them, but I can't pay them because of the law. And this was the proposal and how we could try and address that concern, Mr. Chair. And, if it doesn't pass, I will probably introduce it as and I'll do it for any vendor that the Department of Education or any other government agency, because that is the problem with the government of Guam. And to put on the record too, and if it's one thing I asked Dr. Wampat and she didn't say yes or no, is, are we using the law to try and get out of paying this vendor? And sadly, I feel like that's what they were using, because of course the Department of Education is going to try and save as much money as they can and use it on other things within the department, and I can respect them for that because they're just following the law. But I asked, how can we address this? Are we disagreeing? The boxes were all checked, and I was comfortable with putting this amendment together, Mr. Chair, and making an attempt. And so if my colleagues can support this amendment, if not, I will introduce it as a bill and go through the process. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. On the Borja amendment, are there objections? There is an objection. All in favor of the Borja amendment, please indicate by raising your hand. Amendment fails. Colleagues, we are now on amendment by Senator Barnett, B1, 10S, CBL9, P2. This amendment, once again, is a duplication of the 4.5 BPT, as well as, of course, on the revenues that were not changed earlier. So, you wish to withdraw it, Senator?
Absolutely not, Mr. Chair. I wish to debate and discuss it with the members of the body.
Please proceed.
The amendment, although it's quite a few pages, it's very simple. It maintains a 4.5% BPT. We've all been in the same hall over the last couple budget sessions. We all heard this morning that the last $4 million in excess revenues on the table has been deposited into the rainy day fund, which wouldn't be such a big deal if we had additional revenues on the table to do things like fully fund the residential treatment fund. This residential treatment fund serves our most vulnerable populations, but we're not able to do that because there aren't any excess revenues left. And with the 0.5% reduction in the business privilege tax, that's $40 million in revenues off the table. We took $40 million with a 0.5% reduction in the last fiscal year. The people of Guam, the working families, have not seen meaningful improvements in government services. We continue to hear agency after agency talk about how these status quo budgets are shortchanging their ability to provide essential and basic services to the people of Guam. The 0.5% rollback in the BPT did not lead to lower costs for our working families at the stores. They're still struggling to make ends meet, while the biggest of the big businesses are enjoying a $40 million windfall from the last fiscal year, and we're about to give them another one, as I said earlier this week, just for the sake of giving it. And we're just going to give this 0.5%, $40 million to the biggest of the big businesses, and we're going to tell our people, stand by, wait for the trickle down. There hasn't been a trickle down from the first BPT rollback, and there won't be one from this BPT rollback because the Chamber of Commerce has been very clear. It's not going to lead to lower costs for our working families, and it's not going to lead to higher wages for our working families. So I have to ask the question, why are we doing it if it's not going to help our working families? You don't think we're impasse already with the 0.5% reduction that you guys gave in the last fiscal year? Look at the situation we're in. There's no money. There's no money to improve programs, to improve access to programs, to fund programs. You know, they want a smiley face on and a pat on the back because they send down a bill that funds the autism services. But if you talk to the people providing the autism services, there's a wait list. And our people are leaving island because they can't get the care they need here, not because it's not available, but because we choose to not fund it or to fund it at a status quo level. And as I've said, I don't think the people of Guam are voting for the status quo. They want improvements. And I'm sorry to say, but these improvements cost money. So don't tell me you don't have a money problem when we're not even giving $1 to the residential treatment fund. When we're not even giving $1 to increase wages for our working families. You know, I grew up with a lot of cousins. And you can't just keep giving one prim all of the benefits because the other ones are going to be left empty-handed, and that's what we're doing here. We've already given a benefit to the biggest of the big businesses, and I'm asking my colleagues to prioritize our working families and maintain a 4.5% BPT so that we can have revenues to fund essential basic services and improve the quality of life and the services that our government provides to the working families of Guam. Sidus Masi, Mr. Chair, for the opportunity to speak on the amendment that maintains a 4.5% business privilege tax.
On the Barnett Amendment, anyone wish to speak? Mr. Speaker, you're recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I guess, Mr. Chair, this amendment is going to take us back to the future. Because beginning October 1, 2025. That was last year. Okay, first off, we can't touch that. Just the way it starts, it's problematic. So, if this amendment were to pass, how is this going to be enforced? Secondly, are we worried about not being able to fund services? What about we no longer have certain businesses around to be able to provide the revenues necessary? Have we thought of it that way? Or are we going to continue to think that it is, granted, is the responsibility that we're going to have to provide services, but we've got to find the money somewhere? And providing businesses with some relief to be able to keep their doors open means people can continue to be employed. Granted, some of these individuals, they weren't privy over the last 3 or 4 years to be able to get pay raises? Or the ability to be able to keep leave? Because there is no money to be able to provide that. We keep harping on the same businesses, the same people, the same families, the same employees that we need to continue to be employed, need to continue to work, need to continue to be open, to be able to provide revenues. So if you think we're not funding services at the rate that we want to be able to fund them, maybe we should start to think about where the revenues are coming from so that we can provide these services, so that we can keep people employed. There are many businesses that would like to be able to expand their services, to provide just the basic. There are some businesses that no longer provide items on their menu because they can't afford it. Seem to be overworking their employees because they can't employ anymore. Again, I'm going to go back to whether or not the BPT rate is at 5% or at 4%. Last time I checked, 5% of zero is the same as 4% of zero. It's zero. And I have not seen one government of Guam agency close its doors, but I've seen a lot of businesses do. I've not seen one government employee get furloughed, but I've seen a lot of private sector business employees that do. What about those families? I object to this amendment. Thank you.
On the Barnett Amendment, anyone else wish to speak? Seeing and hearing none, would you like to close, Senator?
Mr. Chair. And I think we all know where the revenues come from. Of course, Nye, they come from the business, because, Lana, when you own a business, you have to pay your tax. But I think the problem is we're caught up chasing our tail about a 4% BPT, a 4.5% BPT, which was previously a 5% BPT. You know, it's funny, I had some relatives come back for some family funerals last month. You know, they come back and they talk about the roads, how the roads is in the States, how the States has the street lights. And these places where they live tax the big businesses way more than 4.5%. And these are states that have humongous budgets already. So I don't understand this mentality that we're not good enough, that doing business on Guam is not a privilege, that our working families, I wouldn't even say they're in the back seat. They're not even in the car. They're not even at the table. Because again, no matter what anyone says on the floor, our working families didn't benefit from the business privilege tax rollback. And I know because I go and I talk to them. They didn't see businesses lower their prices. They saw businesses increase their prices. Their employees, for the most part, and thank you to the very few who did, didn't get wage increases. $80 million to the biggest of the big businesses, and they can't give their employees a raise? They can't help our working families by lowering costs? And we continue to turn a blind eye and a deaf ear to the working families of Guam. And with this loss of revenues and talking about having money on the table to fund things, we're not even trying to get fancy. We can't afford to get fancy. Even my colleagues who support the BPT rollback, every other word out of their mouth, resources are limited. Resources are limited, but they're not limited for the big businesses that are getting a 1% BPT reduction. Those resources aren't limited. But the true cost of the BPT rollback is being paid by our working families, by our most vulnerable populations. They're the ones who are footing the bill for the BPT rollback. They're the ones who aren't going to see any improvements to the quality of life, to the cost of living. They're not going to see any improvements, access to programs that serve kids with autism, special education kids, those with suicidal ideations. So when we talk about having the revenues to pay for everything, don't make it sound like we're trying to pay for Cadillac services for the people of Guam. We're trying to cover the basics. And I believe our people deserve more than the basics. They deserve real investment, long-term improvements, not a give just to give the big businesses and let the working families figure it out on their own. So humbly, respectfully, I ask my colleagues to do the right thing and support the amendment and maintain a 4.5% BPT, Mr. Chair.
On the Barnett Amendment, is there any objections? There has been an objection. All in favor of the Barnett Amendment, please indicate by raising your hand. Amendment fails. Colleagues, we are now on the next amendment, Barnett Amendment CBL9 P144 IV. Once again, ruled out of order due to funding source unavailable.
Mr. Chair, I would just again offer that I think you're incorrect in your ruling that the amendment that passed dedicating the balance of excess revenues to the rainy day fund doesn't prevent
Point
us
of order,
from,
Mr. Chair.
addressing other. I'm good.
Is there something?
Yes,
I have the floor, Mr. Chair.
So, yes, so
Yeah.
you need to make a motion.
Yes, so my motion again is to reconsider the ruling of the chair so that we can debate and discuss this amendment, which provides $700,000 to the residential treatment fund.
There's
This
been a
was left
motion to
unfunded
overrule the chair.
in the
Decision?
sub-bill that was left unfunded in the governor's bill. So again, I'm speaking on the motion to ask my colleagues to reconsider and challenge the ruling of the chair so that we can fund the residential treatment fund, which serves individuals with severe mental emotional disorders.
On the motion to overrule the chair's decision, all in favor, please indicate by raising your hand. Motion fails. Colleagues, we are now on the next amendment, which is proffered by Ranking Member Senator Barnes. This is TMB L17 P172. Senator Barnes, you're recognized. This is L17 P172. This is to delete Section 46 of Chapter 7, Miscellaneous Provisions. We'll take a 1-minute recess. Ranking Member Barnes, you're recognized. We're back in order.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Again, this is to delete Section 46 of Chapter 12 from the Miscellaneous Provisions, page 172, line 17. Mr. Chair, this amendment would delete Section 46 on the equal voting rights for the Guam Visitors Bureau members from the Chapter 12 miscellaneous provision, as I noted earlier. And at this time, I do want to note that I'm not registering support or opposition to this underlying policy. However, I do believe that there are significant implications and potential unintended consequences that need to be fully examined before we make this reform. And this provision fundamentally restructures the membership and voting rights of the Guam Visitors Bureau. And under the current law, the contributing members may have weighted voting rights of up to 10 votes based on their membership contribution, and members are also permitted to vote by proxy. The proposed language would eliminate that weighted voting structure and proxy voting, and in my view, this is a substantial change to the governance of the Guam Visitors Bureau and its membership, and it warrants a separate and duly noticed public hearing. And for me, Mr. Chair, there are also potential financial implications that we need to understand. The Guam Visitors Bureau has reviewed the fiscal impact of this provision, and they believe there may be some negative impact to their membership fund. So I think, Mr. Chair, that it is important that we hear from the Guam Visitors Bureau as well as the stakeholders and the community. So for this reason, Mr. Chair, I respectfully move to delete this section from the budget bill so that we can consider it through a separate duly noticed public hearing. So Situs Masi, again, not being tied to this, but it being brought up to my attention.
On the Ranking Member Munya Barnes amendment, Senator Tadigu, you're recognized.
Sujus Masa, Mr. Chair, and you know, this is, first I want to thank the governor for keeping this in her budget bill, and I'm pretty sure that some of the areas of this budget bill was discussed amongst agencies, both autonomous as well as line agencies under the governor. And for the governor to maintain this particular language for GVB, I think it says a lot already. But I rise in opposition respectfully to this amendment. I think we need to be clear about what we're asking, what we're being asked to put back into the law. You know, in the existing GVB law, a contributing member gets 1 vote for every $100 they contribute, up to 10 votes. So one member can have 1 vote and another can have 10, based simply on how much money they pay. These aren't meaningless votes. For 4 members of the GVB board are elected by contributing membership. So we're talking about money translating into voting power that can influence who sits on the board and ultimately helps govern GVB. The provisions this amendment seeks to strike fixes that, well, it doesn't take away industry representation, it doesn't eliminate membership, it doesn't stop anyone from contributing $1,000 or $10,000 if they want to support tourism. So we're not saying that they can't contribute more than $100. It simply says that their contribution doesn't buy additional votes. And I understand why this system exists. It goes all the way back to 1983 when GVB was reestablished as a nonprofit membership corporation. Maybe that structure made sense for what they were trying to build 40 years ago. But GVB today is entrusted with substantial public resources, substantial, like $25 million, and major public responsibilities. Its decisions affect tourism industry, small businesses, and workforce, our culture, and Guam's economy. So it comes back to one question, colleagues. Why should one member have 10 times the voting power of another member because they can afford to pay more? Think about the small tour companies, the restaurants, the culture organizations, a locally owned business that pays its membership dues. Are they somehow less of a stakeholder than a larger corporation? Is their voice worth 1/10 as much? 80% of our island is made up of small businesses. Well, 80% of businesses on Guam. Sorry, it is a long day, Mr. Chair. What I'm trying to say is that small businesses make up 80% of the business community here. 80%. That's not a true representation sitting on that board. You know, if we're going to restore the system, we need to make it fair. And I truly believe that as a former GVB Deputy General Manager, I saw a lot of abuse of power at GVB. And I also saw a lot of representation that should have been sitting on that board of that should have been small businesses. They have a lot to contribute, great ideas. But it seems like the same, what I call horsemen, sitting on that board every single year for over 2 decades. It's time to change. So I respectfully, again, oppose this amendment. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
On Senator Barnes' amendment, anybody else wish to speak? Would you like to close, Senator?
Mr. Chair, like I said earlier, I wasn't registering my support or opposition to this policy. We talk about going through due diligence and public hearings and giving the opportunity for community engagement in this process. And any time that you take away from a funding source, any time you take away from something that's not broken, you literally have, you really create the complications. And for me, I was just noting that this should have its fair process on the public hearing process. So, you know, I don't know if I have the votes here, Mr. Chair, but I want to at least thank you for giving me the opportunity to bring it up. This was at the request of the Bureau, and I didn't have an objection, especially knowing that the funding source for the general membership fund may be impacted because this provision to delete is in there. So I'm hoping that my colleagues can consider that and give me their favorable vote on this consideration for GBB. Sidus Masi.
Sidus Masi. On the Ranking Member Munya Barnes amendment, there has been objection. All those in favor, please indicate by raising your hand. Amendment fails. Colleagues, we are on the next Ranking Member Tina Rose Munya Barnes amendment. This amendment is TMB L5 P164. Senator Barnes, you have the floor.
Sidus Masi, Mr. Chair. On this amendment, I proffer this amendment to include positions within the Guam Visitors Bureau among the exemptions to the unclassified hiring restrictions. Our tourism industry has been hit hard over the past several years, and we have not experienced challenges of this magnitude since the 1990s and early 2000s, when Guam was faced with the bursting of Japan's bubble economy, the SARS, the typhoons, and the aftermath of 9/11. Yet, you know, our island has recovered stronger because GVB has had the tools and the flexibility necessary to respond. And for me, colleagues, this amendment is allowing GVB the flexibility to hire unclassified employees that will enable them to respond quickly to the global trends and the ever-changing geopolitical conditions. I want to say that tourism is a demanding and competitive industry, and we all know that, and we are competing against countries that can launch a single campaign worth many times over our Visitor Bureau's budget. So we also have to recognize that tourism marketing and destination developments do not always produce an immediate return, and the decisions and investments we make today may translate into visitor arrivals and economic activity many months down the road. So I want to share to my colleagues that GVB, the Guam Visitors Bureau, needs the ability to build its workforce and make strategic investments today so that Guam is positioned to capture those opportunities tomorrow. And this amendment does give the Guam Visitors Bureau the tools it needs to improvise. I always say to adapt, improvise, and overcome. So I want to thank you, Mr. Chair, for at least giving me the opportunity to proffer this on behalf of Guam Visitors Bureau, and I hope my colleagues at least consider this provision. And for those who don't know the history, the Guam Visitors Bureau is a public corporation. Sidus Masi.
On the Barnes Amendment, Senator Barnett, you're recognized.
Sidus Masi, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to, if the author would yield to the question, have we ever included the Guam Visitors Bureau in this section and given them this exemption?
Yeah, please repeat your question, Senator.
Have we ever included the Guam Visitors Bureau in this section and allowed them the exemption to the hiring of unclassified employees?
Do you yield, Senator?
I don't think we ever had the opportunity to work on this, and now that it's there, I think they just wanted the security of making sure that they have that necessary ability to work on that. And as I noted earlier, I was the author of legislation to make Guam Visitors Bureau act through benefits and through the process of acting like a government of Guam employee and getting those benefits, but not at the full exemption of unclassified, because before, I think for me personally, the Guam Visitors Bureau was considered semi-quasi, almost similar to PBS. And again, through legislation that I've done in the past, they were given the opportunity to engage into getting the benefits through legislation and to act like a government of Guam employee. So this amendment literally gives them that opportunity to continue to hire on the unclassified provision.
Mr. Chair, so I'm just trying to sort through this. So this amendment would lift the restriction on hiring of unclassified employees for the Guam Visitors Bureau. Is that accurate?
Does the author yield?
As I said earlier, sir, because of the way it was enacted, they were public. They were a public corporation, and all those employees were considered unclassified. Because of legislation that I've done in the past, we were given the authority to give them that benefits, but I do know that the opportunity to hire them through the unclassified methods gives them the flexibility to look at the positions that they have or the positions that are needed for them to move forward on this effort. So GVB is unique in its way of how they promote our island to the rest of the world. So they were asking for this flexibility, and I told them that I would afford them that, at least to give my colleagues the opportunity to include them in hiring from the unclassified protections.
Yeah, so it's an additional section of Guam Visitors Bureau under this section of law. And it's an administrative provision, so it appears to be in order.
Would the author yield? Does she know why the governor didn't include the language?
Does the
I
author
do not.
yield? She does
I do not know.
Okay. One more. Would the author yield to the question, would this classify the GVB employees?
Does this classify employees?
Again, sir, based on the enactment and the way the Guam Visitors Bureau was created back then, it was a public corporation, and through my legislation as oversight chair, we gave them the flexibility to receive and get the benefits as what classified employees get for the public corporation. So the similarities on that and a couple of other agencies within the government of Guam have a semi-quasi application to its mandates, and I'd be remiss if I didn't share to this body that I did have them included, but not from the classified position, but because of their enactment that they were afforded the opportunities to get those benefits. So GVB was just wanting to make sure that this provision, that they be included in that in case there was I would assume, in case there was a question on the legality of it. So I said I would support it for them.
Senator Burnett, you have the floor.
Masi, Mr. Chair, I would like just again to ask the author to maybe simplify her answer, and would this amendment, if passed, classify unclassified GVB employees?
Does the author yield?
And again, I will reiterate, Mr. Chair, that they're given the benefits as classified employees based on an enactment. But in as far as the position that is entailed for GVB, I don't have the the personnel actions or the staffing pattern in front of me to say what can and cannot be, but I do know that that opportunity was given to them.
Sidos Masi, Mr. Chair, and thank you to the author for the answer. You know, I spoke a little bit earlier this week about just some of the things that are going on in the government of Guam that I'm hearing from different employees, and that's why I was asking these questions, because I was in receipt of a FOIA request that details a massive movement of employees over to the Guam Regional Transit Authority. And as you know, we were talking about lame duck administrations. And that's why I wanted to ask those questions about this, because I worry, and I hope we're not going to repeat this same thing where we're going to allow an outgoing administration the authority to hire unclassified employees till the sun don't shine, in an effort to protect supporters, or supporters' jobs, or otherwise make more permanent temporary employment. So I would just ask my colleagues to, if you want to take a look at some of these documents and just really the large number of personnel that were transferred over to the Guam Regional Transit Authority and given pay adjustments, just really want to kind of steer away from that thing. But back to the amendment, which seeks to give the Guam Visitors Bureau the authority. I just respectfully would offer that I don't know if giving them the authority to hire unclassified employees would improve what we're seeing happen with our tourism industry right now. Unless these unclassified employees would fix the shower over at Talafofo Bay so our surfers can wash off after they swim in the polluted water, or unless these unclassified employees are going to be hired, are going to open the restroom over at Fisheye so our tourists can, use the bathroom or use the shower after they go swimming again. I think I've been very consistent and in agreement with a few members of this body that I think we need to keep it simple when it comes to tourism, and we just need to clean our area and get back to promoting what makes us unique. And what makes us unique is we are the land of the Chamorros. We are the land of the Chamorros. And there's only a few islands where you can find the Chamorro people and the Chamorro culture. And I think that's what we need to do. You do all the surveys. It's very clear that the luxury travel, that era has ended. Of course, unless you're, well off. But we see it with duty-free shoppers. I mean, I know in here we want to talk about businesses closing because they're not getting the level of support that some members in here think they should get. But again, these global trends also affect the businesses, and it was global trends that led to the closure of duty-free shoppers. So I'm not going to object to the amendment, but I just, again, wonder how this would benefit the tourism industry to hire more unclassified employees. And I think we should take the resources that we have, clean our area, and of course entertain the big ideas with getting the tourists in the seats. The problem is not the number of seats, it's the doggons in the seats. And I think more doggons will come to Guam if we clean our area and promote our unique way of life, our unique culture, and our unique Chamorro people. So, Sidos Masi, Mr. Chair, for the leeway in discussing tourism with this tourism-related amendment.
On the amendment, anyone else wish to speak? Senator Chalai, you recognize.
Thank you. So this amendment would allow GVB to hire unclassified personnel with budgets from this bill. And if I could just, if the author would give, what positions are they trying to hire unclassified that they, I guess, can't hire classified?
Will the author yield?
Without having to look at the staffing pattern, sir, and all that, I would think something to the effect of the LTA maintenance work as part of their destination management, and each section of the market goes through, works closely with the board of the Visitors Bureau, and that's probably the only thing, one of the things that I can think of right now. But each segment has a different, how do you say, mandate to work with the different countries out there, and maybe the good author of, oversight of tourism now can give me any other positions that may be affected. There are contracts out there, and there are things out there. And if I had to think of it in the past, we probably have done it. So from the top of my head, without calling GVB right now, that's probably one of the things that I could look at.
Yeah, I'll allow the author to decide.
Thank you. So, yeah, I'm a little uncomfortable with allowing unclassified employees when we don't know exactly what is the purpose of them, especially at GVB. We're trying to reboot our tourism. What are these? How are these unclassified employees going to help us? If I remember GVB saying that they were, they had recently expanded their in-house maintenance, their in-house capabilities, and reduced contracts. So presumably all of that is classified. And I just also wanted to know, GVB, according to the author of the amendment, said something about we need this language in case they question the legality of it. Are they currently hiring unclassified employees?
Again, Mr. Chair, if I may.
Yes, please.
This provision of the Guam Visitors Bureau as a public corporation is separate and apart from the government of Guam. It does act like the government of Guam because of legislation that I have authored many years ago that will give the employees that are working there the semblance of having the benefits of a classified employee, like retirement, like work hours, the government benefits that are provided to classified employees. When you have unclassified employees, there are some provisions that you don't need to include in that. So that does give a savings for the agency. But again, at the request of GVB, this was requested to make sure that if there's an opportunity for them to hire someone without giving them the full benefits, then that opportunity is there. We do have unclassified positions in several of the government of Guam entities. And Guam Visitors Bureau is a public corporation.
All right, I guess that's a little more clear that they want to be able to make all their employees or new hires unclassified, perhaps to save money and benefits, which may be one idea to save some costs. The problem is it also is inorganic, I think, because the Organic Act wants us to be a merit system-based employer, the government of Guam, which really increases competitiveness, qualifications, and makes sure that these benefits that we are giving them are well-deserved. And so I guess I'm a little hesitant to flip that system over to an unclassified system at GVB. I think there's already a lot of discretion at GVB that we cannot control here, and I think at the very least we should know exactly what types of positions are going to be hired, unclassified versus classified, and why. What is the purpose in that, and how is that going to help this us recover in this tourism decline that we are in right now? So yeah, I would respectfully object to this amendment as well. Thank you.
On the amendment, anybody else? Senator Perez, you're recognized.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Just I have a question for the proffer of the amendment. Are unclassifieds, are they generally at-will employees?
Does the author yield?
No, I don't want, Mr. Chair, as I've explained over and over again, GVB is not like every government of Guam agency here. When the enactment of the Guam Visitors Bureau by former Senator John Uggan was created this legislation, it was to support the mandate of promoting Guam to the rest of the world. It was a public corporation. It was through my legislation as oversight chair that I gave them the opportunity not to be government of Guam employees, but to have the benefits that were provided. And GVB was asking to be included into making sure that the opportunity for them to hire unclassified employees would be a savings of not having to provide the government services or benefits that is included for every classified government of Guam employee. Again, I am just asking my colleagues to look at that and consider those options and not leave GVB out.
Senator Perez, you have the floor.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, again, I'm also concerned about the preference for unclassified, considering that we are trying to stand up the merit system. And I also respectfully disagree with this amendment. Masi.
On the amendment, anybody else? Would the author like to close? 1 minute recess. We're back from recess. Would the author like to close on the amendment?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Again, at the request of the Guam Visitors Bureau, I'm hoping that my colleagues can consider the uniqueness of the Guam Visitors Bureau and give them the flexibility and the opportunity to hire the necessary positions if needed through an unclassified program that exists in the government of Guam. And I'm hoping that that could be there because they are the experts on what they need to move forward on their mission mandates to promote the island to the rest of the world. So this is just an opportunity to give that provision to Guam Visitors Bureau, and I ask my colleagues to at least support those efforts.
Thank you. On the amendment, are there any objections to the amendment? Yes, there's been an objection on the amendment, so all those in favor of the amendment, please indicate by raising your hand. Amendment fails. Colleagues, we are on the next amendment, Senator Perez. Senator Perez, SFP L5 P247, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So this amendment basically reinstates what was taken out in the budget bill that was passed by the body, and the language here states, notwithstanding any other provision of law, every agency of the government of Guam must give notice to Imagahagan Guahan and the Speaker of Legislature Guahan of every temporary assignment or detail that has surpassed 30 days. This notice must be submitted within 48 hours. So the reason for reinstating this is that it's come to my attention that the temporary assignments have been one way to circumvent the merit system. I had an oversight of one of my agencies, and there was a clear pattern where once the detailed assignment was completed, so basically what was happening was they were taking an entry-level position, bringing them up to a higher position, such as a supervisory position, as a detailed assignment, that would increase the pay of that person. And then after 180 days, they would drop back for 1 day and they would be put back up for the detailed assignment. So this was there was a pattern that was developing in the oversight of the agency that I had. And so I think this is important to bring more transparency in how the taxpayers' dollars are being abused, perhaps, in which rather than using the merit system to promote individuals, this use of the temporary detailed assignment or temporary assignments are being used to circumvent that. And of course, this has consequences because it really lowers the morale of those who are qualified and are overlooked in these agencies. And so I think this is an important measure to ensure transparency and to support, not only support the workers that are doing what is right, but also ensuring that the services are being provided that is mandated by these agencies. And so I think it would only help overall how we respond to the needs of our community. And so I ask for my colleagues' support.
On the amendment, anyone else wish to speak on the amendment? Senator Talai, you recognize.
I completely support this amendment. This is one of those things that's been in the budget bill, but it was removed in the governor's version when it was sent down, and I honestly can't understand why. This is to give notice of when somebody's been detailed over 30 days. This is something that I think we all should know. Why is someone being detailed to a different position over 30 days? It obviously has implications for the person being detailed, for all of the people around them who are being bypassed or more qualified, or just simply needing to know who's the supervisor. And yeah, and I think so it's a very little burden on an agency to give this type of notice, and this is mandating that the governor will give notice to the speaker of this after 30 days of a detailed assignment. And I think this is the actual minimum that they could do. And that just lets everybody know, and it also, I think, protects the government when we're talking about, who's responsible for what. When these details are formal, they're put in writing, everybody can get notice of it through the speaker's website, then we know if we're dealing with someone that they actually have the authority to deal in that regard with us or the public. And so I think that this is very important, and I support this amendment.
On the amendment, Senator, would you like to close? Senator Pierce?
Yeah, just to reiterate the retiring speaker's comments, yeah, there have been times when the chief procurement officer even was replaced by somebody who was not necessarily qualified for that position. And I think it's really critical that we know that who's being placed in these positions have the qualifications to carry out what we depend upon. And so, in addition to the potential circumventing of the merit system, I think it's important to have more transparency in how our workers are being treated and how services may be impacted from this particular practice. And so I ask for my colleagues' support in this.
On the Pierce amendment, are there any objections? There is an objection. All in favor of the amendment, please indicate by raising your hand. Amendment passes. On the next amendment, colleagues, this is proffered by Senator Borja. This is VAB L3 P205. Senator Borja, you have the floor.
Mr. Chair, I'm going to go ahead and withdraw this amendment.
Are there any objections to the withdrawal of the amendments?
I do. It's a good amendment.
The reason though, Mr. Chair, so the body understands that, this was obviously the whole situation at season, but there were some concerns raised by GDOE, and so I'm okay with putting this in bill format and going through that process. This was, I was trying to find a creative way to force GDOE to, if they couldn't, the maintenance couldn't address the issue that we, like, go out for bid or go out for procurement to get the work done.
Senator, this is the 7,800 school administrators sworn verified student enrollment.
Oh, then wrong one. Never mind. So
Senator, maybe you.
Oh,
one more
wrong
time.
amendment.
VABL3P205. This is line 3, page 205, and the underlined is the school administrator monthly. You want to rediscuss this?
Is this the line 3, page 205, Mr. Chair?
Yes.
Okay, I'm sorry.
So there is
Stand
not a withdrawal
corrected.
of this amendment.
I stand corrected.
So please proceed on this amendment.
So this
Senator.
amendment is very straightforward, Mr. Chair. I know we, in the original budget, or the budget that we sent out to the governor, we wanted to address the issue of DOA and appropriation to the charter schools. So all I'm doing here is changing the language or ensuring that the appropriation is based on the verified student enrollment rather than the student cap. And that's all I'm attempting to do here, Mr. Chair. And I ask my colleagues for their support. Very simple, sorry.
Thank you. Maybe it's the next one that you're
yes,
attempting to
I'm
withdraw.
the next one, yes.
So on the Borja amendment, anybody else wish to speak on the Borja amendment? Seeing and hearing none, would you like to close, Senator Borja? On the amendment, is there any objection? Seeing and hearing none, the Borja amendment passes. Maybe this is the one you're talking about, my friend.
Yes,
yes.
I'm going to withdraw that
I'll go
one.
ahead and read it out, though, please. This is VABL21P220II. There is a motion to withdraw this amendment. Any objections? Seeing and hearing none, amendment's withdrawn. Okay, colleagues, we are now on the Terlahi Amendment. This is TMT L12-22P211. Senator Terlahi, you recognize.
Yes, Mr. Chair, if the clerk could confirm, I believe this amendment has already been passed by another.
I think.
Yes.
Okay,
right?
let's see because.
I think if so, there are 4 amendments regarding
okay,
GDOE.
She
if they
showed
could-
me 3, but maybe there is 4.
Oh, okay, sorry. Yeah, I will do this one then.
Okay, yeah, I think the next 3, Senator, are the ones that have already been passed. They're
Okay. So this one is, it's very similar to the other GDOE amendments that we moved from this bill. The governor's placing them under her authority or the Central Accounting Authority or the State Clearinghouse Authority. So this is just another section of the bill that was not amended. So this would remove that section from the bill as well.
Colleagues, are you clear? So, and the next 3 are going to be also duplicate amendments from what was already done by Senator Borja, which is the authority within DOE in terms of the transfer of those administrative duties and all the things that to DOA. Yes, Senator.
Point of inquiry,
Yes.
Mr. Chair. To delete section 79, chapter 2, miscellaneous provisions of the bill to read, is this the one that we're looking at?
Yes, this is the amendment we're talking about, yes.
Okay, okay.
It's in concert with all of the Borja amendments that you know, the governor was attempting to place those provisions under DOA from DOE. Would you like to close, Senator? Looks like nobody else wants to speak. Is there?
No, I hope there's no objection. Yeah, so this would be consistent with the previous amendments that we've passed.
Okay, thank you. Any objection to the amendment? Senators, I'm going to read them out, but just for the sake of making sure that we put this on the record, the next 3 have already been proffered.
So it's been passed, Mr. Chair,
It passed,
I'm sorry.
yes.
Okay, so you didn't say it. Okay, just
Yes.
want to make sure.
Once again, amendment passes.
I'll move to withdraw the next 3.
Okay, there's a motion to withdraw the next 3 amendments as they have already been proffered by Senator Borja. Is everybody following along well enough to know the next 3 amendments? Can you pull them from your stack and we don't have to?
Mr. Chair, just for clarification and
Want me
if
to
you can just read
put
out
them on
the
the
3
record?
amendments.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, let's do it that way. Thank you, Vice Speaker. So, having already passed TMT L12-22P211, okay? So the next ones to be withdrawn are, in order, TMT L23-25, 1 through 7, P211-212. That is to be withdrawn. The next Terlahi amendment to be withdrawn is TMT L28-26, P212-214.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
it'd be easier if we can talk about which section, also if you can add the section of the bill, because it's harder to kind of follow through with the different numbers.
Senator, this is exactly what's on the top left-hand corner of all of the
Yeah.
amendments.
If you can add also which section's being deleted, that would help me. Keep.
So for this one, it's 80, 81, and 82. It should be in your stack, Senator.
Yeah, so I'm cross-checking with what was passed, so that's why I need a little bit more info.
So what do you need info on now? So that we
you're
can
doing
be-
just right, yeah. So
Say again?
yeah, you're doing perfect because I'm trying to match what was passed.
Okay,
So
so
it's
the-
easier to keep track of which
Okay,
sections
so we
were
have
deleted.
now done the second and third amendment that's been withdrawn. Are you okay with that?
Yes, the 80,
Okay.
81, and 82,
Yes.
right?
And so this will be the final one. It will be TMT L1024 1-24 P214-215. What sections are those, clerk? Section 82, Senator?
Yes, thank you.
Okay. So those are the next three amendments to be withdrawn. Are there any objections? Seeing and hearing none, those amendments are withdrawn. 1 minute recess. Committee of the Whole is back in order. Senators, we are now on the Terlahi Amendment. It is TMT L3-26, 1-18, P217 through 218. Senator Terlahi, you recognize.
All right, thank you. And this amendment is to remove the health insurance provisions from this budget bill.
Yes.
As we heard, the governor's team is proposing that we make amendments in this budget and to include allowing the third-party administrator to have a contract up to 3 years and other amendments. And I think it would really be for the benefit of the people of Guam if we have a public hearing on any amendments to this self-insurance provisions that we are under. We are kind of in a dispute as to whether they've abided by the law, in fact, of giving an audit on this self-insurance. And so I think more information is required for us to really act on this third party, increasing the contract up to 3 years, and the other amendments. So but the first one is on this one section that would allow a multi-year third-party agreement.
Okay, Senator, we need to confirm which amendment.
Okay, well, you read out 3-26. So I'm dealing with that one. It says section 85. Section 84 should come first, but I think you read on the top the other one. Which one you want to do?
Okay, I don't think the order matters here, clerk. It's only for us because they don't handle each other. Let's just go ahead and do this, and then I'll go back to the other one.
All right. Okay, so that's to
yes.
remove Section 85 from the bill.
Correct. Colleagues, are you clear? This is to move Section 85. I jumped the gun and had the second one. Are we okay with that? Any discussion on the amendment? Any objection to the, Senator Perez, you're recognized.
Yeah, so it wasn't clear whether the procurement's still live, and so by changing law at the midstream might create a problem. And, you know, particularly we want to make sure that we're not meddling with something that's alive like this. This is a pretty significant change. And again, I also support that, you know, if it's good, then we should have a public hearing, considering it is a pretty substantial change to law right now. So I do support this amendment.
Sus Masi. On the amendment, Senator Barnett, you're recognized.
Buenas noches to the people of Guam, Sus Masi and Mr. Chair, to rise in support of the amendment. I agree something of this significance warrants a public hearing. And I just want to just note for the record that I'm hearing a lot about multi-year contracts, and again, it just goes back to the lame duck issue. But I am hearing just some concerns from employees in the line agencies that there are efforts to secure multi-year contracts as this administration goes out. So I'm not sure if this is an example of that, but I definitely rise in support of the amendment. Sus Masi.
On the amendment, anyone else wish to speak on the amendment? Seeing and hearing none, would you like to close, Senator?
I just want to briefly add to that, that yes, I'm hearing the same thing, that there are many contracts being entered into for 6 years even, which would exceed the term of any new governor and really tie the hands of the government. And again, without any real notice to anyone. So I guess it will, so this is intended to prevent that in this case and to require more information to be brought to the public. Sus Masi.
On the amendment, any objections? Seeing, hearing none, amendment carries. I'm going to take a 1-minute recess just to make sure we're all set. Committee of the Whole is back in order. So Senator Chirlai, once again, we are now on TMT L21-26 1-2 P216-217. Senator Chirlai, you're recognized.
Thank you. This amendment would remove Section 84 of the current bill. This again is related to the third-party administrator and pretty much adds more terms as to what they would be allowed. And I think, again, we're talking about the largest contract of the government of Guam. And I think it deserves to be discussed in a full-blown hearing with all the details laid out, with the audit done, so that we can compare and really make an informed decision as to whether this is going to benefit the people of Guam, and we can confirm for ourselves whether it's going to save us money or not, or whether it's pretty much just going to give a contract for someone for a much longer term. Sus Masi, to my colleagues.
On the amendment, anyone wish to speak on the amendment? Seeing and hearing none, would you like to close, Senator? Any objections to the amendment? Amendment passes. Colleagues, we are now on amendment TMT P220. Senator Chirlai, you recognize. This is to add a new section to Chapter 7.
Yes.
penalties.
Could I just switch them, Mr. Chair? Yeah.
Okay, so which one are you doing next?
They're both new sections to the same chapter. So I'm going to do the one that says section 73143, release of sealed cargo penalties. It's on the top, P2202.
P2202?
Right.
Okay, so colleagues, are you clear on this? P2202 TMT. You're recognized, Senator Jelani.
Thank you. This is an amendment related to another provision that's in this bill regarding sealed cargo. So in this case, this section, and I want to also make an amendment, this section only refers to cargo seals. This is not general shipping container seals. This is only customs seals. So I want to make that very clear. I think that caused some confusion last time. And so if I could just, before I proceed, make an amendment to just add on subsection A on the first line, should the seal on a container be broken or tampered with? I'd like to add the word, should the customs seal on a container? Just the word customs.
Does everybody understand the amendment to the amendment? It's on A under the 73143, release sealed cargo penalties. And please, so should the customs seal? Is that what you're doing?
Just add the word customs, correct. And the reason why is because this whole section and chapter deals with customs seals in particular, so they didn't repeat it in this one section. But that's what this is about.
On the amendment to the amendment, anyone wish to speak? Yes, Senator Lujan, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, day before yesterday, I met with the folks from Madsen, and we're all in agreement that this could be a possible very good situation here. But they're asking us as well that because this was a standalone bill, that they would like to, I mean, on their behalf, they're good with this, but on behalf of their customers, they want to make sure that their customers and CQA, that we all sit down at a round table and discuss this even further to get clarity on what either a custom seal is versus just a cargo seal, because the penalty is really high in this, and the second offense to this is the loss of their business license. So I'm just asking that because we have a standalone bill, that I would call a round table and possibly, again, have this bill passed, but again, in conjunction with the stakeholders, the port users, folks that are there, and then that Madsen is asking for that as well, to be able to have that reprieve for a while, to make sure that their customers are all informed, and in the same token that CQA is with all of the stakeholders, well, maybe not all, but the representatives, in order for this to be implemented. So I'm just asking, so I'm just respectfully, I guess, not in favor of this amendment at this point.
So on the amendment to the amendment, anybody else wish to speak? Any objections to the amendment to the...
To add the word customs.
Yeah, to add the
that's
word
all we're
customs.
talking about now.
Yeah, we're not on the main motion.
Yes,
We're not back
okay.
to the main motion yet. Any objection to add the word customs? Okay, no objection, that passes. So on the amendment as amended, anybody else wish to speak?
If I could just continue.
Oh, yes.
Yeah. Yes, again, so I did attempt this during the last budget bill a couple weeks ago. And and it was represented at that time that the port users wanted to discuss this more, but I also did meet with Madsen, and they also agreed that this custom seal is put on after these containers are pretty much released from the ships. It's not until they land on the land and customs decides which ones they want to put a seal on, and then that's between customs and the persons receiving these containers. So it really does not impact the shippers anymore after they're landed onto the land, and Customs has decided to put a seal on. And the Customs seal, I think there's no question what that is, and in fact the law makes it very clear what a Customs seal is and what standard we want them, Customs just decide what seal they're going to put on, and they put it on, and that's really been the practice. So this floor amendment amends the current law, which prohibits tampering of a Customs seal only by increasing the penalty. It doesn't make something illegal that already is not illegal. That already is illegal. To tamper with a Customs seal, it's already, a civil tampering is, penalized. So all of this amendment really does is increase the penalty from $25,000 to $100,000 in an attempt to deter this, because unbelievable to most people, people still tamper with Customs seals. Those are intentionally put on by Customs only on a few cargoes, or on a few containers, not all. Only on the ones that they've selected, they put their seals on. They allow you to, they either put it somewhere or they allow you to put it somewhere, and they say, don't open this until we come, and some of these are still violated. So it's really just to increase the penalty. That's what this amendment does. And it allows, and it requires the Director of Customs, who currently has the discretion over what penalty he's going to give, or if he's not going to give one at all, to put that in writing. So that's really the only two changes to existing law. It increases the penalty, and it makes the Director of Customs put his decision in writing. It doesn't affect anybody differently, any user, any shipper, because this is already prohibited. So all it does is say, if you violate it, you're going to pay more, and that's to deter this. And we're trying to deter, again, contraband. And that's why I'm trying to move it in this budget bill, because it has been in the committee, and I feel this is an urgent need for Guam. Something that, if we can pass this right away and this can deter any more drugs from coming in, then we should do that immediately. There should be no reason to delay that, particularly when we're talking about whether people should break Customs seals or not. It just seems like a no-brainer to me that, of course, they shouldn't. And should they be penalized? Yes. Is $25,000 enough? Not really, because the contraband in there is worth much more. So we're trying to increase the penalty to $100,000. So I really do hope that I can get the support of my colleagues on this.
On the amendment as amended, anyone else wish to speak on the amendment as amended? Seeing and hearing none, any objections to the amendment? Or you want to speak? So there has been an objection on the amendment. All in favor of the amendment, please indicate by raising your hand. Amendment fails. Colleagues, so this will take us to the next amendment that we switched out for, and this is Amendment TMTP 220. Senator Chalaw, you recognize.
Thank you. So this amendment is pretty much an amendment to the rules and regulations to make them match what I was trying to do in the last floor amendment. Again, the urgency of this is because if you believe it is urgent that we stop meth from coming into Guam and that we try to find ways to do that, this is one of the ways. If we believe it's urgent to save our families from crime that's happening because of the meth that's coming into Guam, or to save children from becoming foster children with no foster parents available on Guam, then you would believe this is urgent. And if you understand that this is already not allowed on Guam to tamper with a Customs seal, then I can't see why there would be any objection to increasing the penalty if you do tamper with a customs seal. It's just not making any sense to me that we're saying at one point that we want to, first of all, they denied that they could do, that we're going to mandate 100% inspections. So this is a compromise of, instead of the inspections, then customs has to have some tools. And this is one of their tools that they've been allowed for decades to put customs seals on containers that they decide they need to review more thoroughly. So this doesn't interfere with anyone. It only interferes with those who did bad, those who broke the seal intentionally, those who broke the seal and customs found guilt. Those are the only ones that would be affected by this. But yet, we might deter more violations. We might deter them from bringing in meth. We might deter them from distributing it before customs gets there. And so again, I'm asking my colleagues to act with urgency. This is one of the #1 problems on Guam, is that we say we have crime because we have out-of-control meth, but we can't stop the meth because we won't even penalize them when they break the customs seals on containers. So please, allow them to break the seals on the customs. Don't allow them to break the seals on customs containers without penalty, and pass this amendment so that we can increase those penalties.
On the Chalabi Amendment, anyone wish to speak on the Chalabi Amendment? Senator Barnett, then Senator Perez.
Siduswasia, Mr. Chair, for the opportunity to rise in strong support of the amendment. I think it's consistent with how we have spoken here in the People's House relative to the crystal methamphetamine crisis and how it has ravaged our island, destroyed our families, and really prevented us from living in a place where we can trust each other. And I grew up in the probably the last generation that slept with the door unlocked and the door open. And as I approach my 3rd term, I'm very proud that we're able to pass one of the toughest laws punishing crystal methamphetamine dealers in the nation. Like, on our books, we have one of the toughest laws in the nation that penalizes those who deal crystal methamphetamine in large amounts. And so I think this is consistent. Again, for the viewing public, the author of the amendment was very articulate in how she laid out that this goes towards the guilty parties. And if we are serious about crystal methamphetamine, I agree. I don't see why we would object to this amendment. I don't think that the Port Users Group or any of these private companies have really made an argument compelling enough to discount the fact that in many ways and in many places, our island is in ruins because of crystal methamphetamine. And so I stand in strong support of this, and I think we're obligated to support tougher penalties to punish people who are profiting off of poisoning our paradise. And I ask our colleagues to be consistent in how we address this issue of crystal methamphetamine and to put these penalties on the books, because we know all too well, especially my colleagues who have come from the media side, that customs and the federal authorities, they struggle to outsmart these smugglers who are bringing in crystal methamphetamine. Even the chief of, the director of customs, Ike Pareto, I remember interviewing him, and he said, we know it's coming in from the port. We just can't catch it. So in the event we catch it, maybe a new governor comes in, one who's going to do what it takes down there at our ports of entry. And then we catch these people, and they have to pay the price. for the ruin they've wrought on our island. So I humbly ask for my colleagues' support of this measure, which again seeks to apply meaningful penalties to guilty parties who try to bring in crystal methamphetamine or other types of contraband into our island. Sidus Masi, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Barnett. Senator Parrish, you're recognized on the amendment.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Before I go into what I'm going to talk about, can we just amend this to add customs in front of seal? So should a custom seal, so that if we can add that.
So you're proffering an amendment?
Yes.
Okay. On the amendment to the amendment on adding customs to just in front of seal on 2412 penalties, right? Is that correct?
That's correct in the very first beginning of the
Any objections?
amendment.
No objections? On an amendment.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. So, you know, this works. When we increase penalties and the consequences of seizure, revoking a business license, this works. These combinations of penalties works to really curb the distribution of drugs. If we really want to affect the meth crisis, I ask my colleagues to really support this amendment. It has a lot of good things in it to help our law enforcement to really interdict effectively meth importation, illegal drug importation. And just, it's good because also there's a due process here. So there's a lot of language here that's added that provides consequences with the increase in infractions. So that's really good because that also really provides balance, a balanced approach in treating violators. So I believe that a lot of work went into this, and I believe when the public hearing was had for this bill, it received broad support. The Customs and Quarantine supported this amendment or this bill, and I think that we shouldn't delay it any further. We shouldn't delay the tools that are needed by Customs. A tool that is effective. It's really difficult to see the impacts it has on our community, from the children of these families. They suffer. Our community suffers. And I think that, it's really high time that we take positive action to bring a tool that works. I know it works. I don't know the hesitancy of this, but it provides opportunities for, I guess, the due process too. So there's balance in this, and I ask for my colleagues' support. Thank you.
On the July amendment, anyone else wish to speak? Seeing here none, I'd like to close.
Right now. Mr. Chair, could I move to, notwithstanding the rules, to reconsider the previous amendment?
Sure. You don't want to dispose of this first?
Not yet. This
Okay.
because this is rules and regs again to match
Complementary?
with this
Okay.
one. Yeah.
So, colleagues, there is a motion to reconsider the actions on the previous amendment. Are there any objections? Seeing and hearing none, yes, we are now going back. That motion passes. We are now going back to reconsider the actions on the previous amendment. Are there any objections on the previous amendment now that we're on it?
Mr. Chair, just
Yes.
for clarification, once again, this
Yes.
is going to be B1 10-S TMT P220II, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Vice Speaker, yes. So we have reconsidered the action, so we are now back on the amendment, which we will take a vote on. There was a previous, is there any objection on the amendment now that we've reconsidered the actions and the amendment is intact once again? Are there any objections? No objections, that amendment now passes. We now return to the amendment that has been debated once again, and you have the floor to close, Senator Talai.
Mrs. Masi, and thank you to my colleagues for that reconsideration and for that vote. And so again, this one is the rules and regs to match that so that they will be immediately put into place and there's no gap and that they can be effective immediately. I just want to point out that I do have another bill, and perhaps that causes some confusion. So there was another bill that would mandate container seals, container shipping seals on all containers that come into Guam. This is a requirement of U.S. ports. Somehow it's not necessarily required on Guam, although some of the shippers say they do it anyways. Some of them not necessarily. And so that is the one where I agree. I want consensus from all the port users. I want them to also recognize the benefit of requiring that for Guam, the benefit of being able to know and track when that seal was violated. But so for this one, this is again only customs seals, not my other bill regarding shipping container seals in general. But this is customs seal again, and it's only for those who are violating customs seals that this would match the law that the provision we just passed that would increase the penalties. Sizos Masi.
On the amendment, are there any objections to the Talahi amendment? Seeing and hearing none, amendment passes. Colleagues, we are now on the next amendment, the Perez Amendment, and this is SFP 184-186. Senator Perez, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So this amendment will proposes that the small purchase level threshold doubles it from 20, well, currently in law it's 25,000. This would double it to 50,000 for supplies and services. And for construction, it doubles it as well to 200,000. And so this was in a bill which had a public hearing. It was 134-38. And in that public hearing, testimony was provided by the Chief Procurement Officer, where they did an analysis of what they received, and their recommendation was 50,000 for small purchases. DPW wasn't present, and they did not provide testimony, but I increased their level just to match the factor for them. So the importance of the threshold is that of the small purchase method is that there's less transparency of the small purchases, and there have been many audits regarding it, in which some of the problems with it is one of the problems that were pointed out with small purchases is that agencies they try to circumvent other types of procurement processes. And so what they end up doing is what is called they artificially divide it. And so a lot of times they put these small purchases just within the threshold, but then they have multiple of them. And so the problem with this type of process is that we're not getting the best value. There's the IDIQ method, right? There's a IFB method. And some of the issues that I'm seeing with procurement is that the writing of specifications and just general training. And that's really what the issue is here, is that the government's not getting the best value for taxpayers' dollars, for the taxes that we receive. And really there should be a different type of procurement, the small purchase procurement is not going to answer, generally it's not recommended for things that are going to be used multiple times. And the problem with the small purchase threshold is that, and the small purchase method, again, you know, there's less transparency. And I think that it's really important to base these thresholds on data, and the data that was provided by the head of procurement. So I think, yeah, we want to utilize taxpayers' dollars effectively. I think we really need to look at, you know, establishing these thresholds in a manner that's going to protect the public trust. And I know there were conversations that I've had with the public auditor. Yeah, he was, I think, perhaps I shouldn't speak for him, but I know we both share some concerns about the lifting of the small purchase threshold. And this goes for, of course, this is not going to apply for specific agencies, right, that have already been passed. This would apply to the line agencies. And we know that many of these line agencies don't have the procurement professionals on staff, right? I think we're still building that capacity. And so until we get to that point, maybe we can start looking at increasing and these, you know, removing these safeguards, but we haven't got to that point yet. In fact, there have been protests recently for that very reason. I think the solution to the problems that we're facing with procurement are not easy fixes. It comes down to training. And this is what the public auditor, the reason why he passed that bill, to require training. So we really need to go back to basics. If we want to solve the problem of procurement, we need to make sure that our professionals are trained and are implementing the law fairly so that all businesses have a shot at it.
Thank you, Senator. On the amendment, Mr. Speaker, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I noticed that there's a back and a front to this amendment.
Yes, 58 and 59.
A motion moved to bifurcate the two. I mean, there's two different sections. I just don't want it to be construed that if we pass one here, that it also means that we all pass the second part.
So, Senator Paris, which section did you speak on, or did you speak on the entire bill? Or the entire, because there is 58 and 59, it's on both sides of the paper there. So were you addressing the entire amendment? And then if so, I guess we will take it one by one.
Yeah, just 58. I was addressing 58.
So then...
Ruling by the chair, please.
Yes, I will agree with you, Mr. Speaker. So at this time, having been that portion of the amendment, then I will bifurcate it. So we will discuss 58 at this time. Is there a desire for anyone to speak on 58? Senator Tadigui, you recognize.
Thank you, and thank you for doing that, bifurcating these two basically amendments, you know, dealing with different types of procurement. I stand in full support of this amendment that would actually divide the supplies and services as well as construction. And I think during the time we were discussing this on the floor, we spoke how differently it is how they calculate supplies versus when they do construction. There's a lot more involved when it comes to construction. And when you have it at a high amount, there's more work to that on the construction versus, you know, smaller supplies and services are different. And I think there's a reason why it was always divided in the first place. and changing that, without, even getting GSA to comment on it, which we've already heard from them earlier that the threshold should be raised for sure, and we all agree that at least by 50,000. And I'd like to commend the senator of this amendment and including this up to 200,000 for construction. As we know, the cost of living, the cost of supplies, and as well as construction workers are very, very high. Square footage, I think right now for building a home is like, or even a building is like 275 per square foot. That's outrageous. However, Mr. Chair, this amount, it protects accountability while also recognizing every agency operates differently. So some agencies manage higher value and work already and have larger thresholds, but a consistent baseline across the government ensures fairness and prevents loopholes and keeps high-risk construction under stricter competition. And that's really important to remember. The higher construction bids under stricter competition shouldn't be under small purchases. So at the same time, of course, it maintains a level of protects transparency and reduces opportunities of abuse and keeps the cost overall, basically within, an amount that that's what, not doable. There's a word I'm looking for, again, late. Easier to follow than a larger amount. So I stand in full support of this. I thank the senator for, dividing this from supplies to services and then also having its own on for construction, the way it should be. So thank you, Mr. Chair. And I stand in full support of this amendment.
On the front side of the page, 58. Any other senator wish to speak? Seeing and hearing none, we'll go ahead and take the vote on 58. Colleagues, is there any objection to the vote on 58? There is an objection. All in favor of the section 58, please indicate by raising your hand. That section fails. So we now will go to the second side of the page for 59. Senator, you still, anybody you want to speak to 59, Senator Perez?
Yes, again, the same reasons. I think that, this is way too high for any kind of small purchase, right? A dollar below the AG's review. I don't think this is, what is it? This protects the public trust in regards to the taxpayers' use of taxpayers' dollars. $499,999. So it's considered a small purchase. So, all you need is 3 quotes. 3 quotes, and maybe if you don't get all 3 quotes, the law states that at least if you tried to get 3 quotes, that 1 quote might be sufficient. And we're talking about less money, available money, right, going to these budgets, the GDOE budget especially. I think if we want to protect and basically demand an agency like GDOE to look for the best value, we shouldn't treat it as I'm going to make 3 calls and, this is not going to be good for fiscal responsibility. We're talking almost $500,000 for a small purchase. I don't know who in their right mind thinks a small purchase is $500,000. Yeah, I think this is just, it's not responsible. When we're treating these quick purchases, we're allowing these quick purchases to have such high dollar price tags. Yeah, what we need to be doing is really requiring more safeguards. It's not like running your household, or it's not like having a private business where you can do these things. When we're dealing with public money, when we're dealing with taxpayer money, we have to be held to a higher standard, not a lower standard. And we need to be fair. That's the whole point of procurement. We have to be fair to the vendors out there. And if we want to encourage competition and a marketplace on Guam, if we want to encourage people to stay on Guam, we need to have a system that promotes fairness. I don't think $500,000, $1 short of $500,000, is promoting fairness within our business community. And it doesn't promote fiscal responsibility for an agency that really requires it, especially when there's so much needs. So I ask for my colleagues to support this amendment. Thank you.
On page 2, section 59, any other? Senator Burnett, you're recognized.
Mr. Chair, to rise in support of the amendment. I believe prior to this, the small purchase limit for a GDOE was $250,000. I agree with the retiring speaker and the author of the amendment. I think we need to be fair, but I think we also need to be consistent in here in the People's House. Because earlier today, we shot down the governor's effort to circumvent legal review from the Attorney General's office. There was an amendment we passed that struck out entirely a section the governor sent down here to the People's House that would have increased tenfold from $500,000 to $5 million the threshold that requires legal review from the Attorney General. And I believe there was no objection to that amendment passing. So I just ask the members to be consistent, because striking out this amendment also strikes out the ability to circumvent legal review from the AG. Although it's not a tenfold increase, it's actually a $1 decrease, which is even sneakier. And so if we're not going to allow the governor to circumvent legal review from the Attorney General, I think we should be consistent and not be hypocritical and do the same thing in this scenario. Because if we don't pass this amendment, the GDOE can bypass entirely the Attorney General's review for quote-unquote small purchases up to $499,999.99. I sound like a used car salesman in here, and I think it's appropriate for this. And I mean, is this to pay Cortec again? So let's be consistent and not be hypocritical. And if we're going to lay down one way to prevent the governor from circumventing the legal review from the Attorney General, then let's be consistent and apply that same standard to the Guam Department of Education, who I believe has enough flexibility when you talk to the guys in F&M, for example, with the $250,000 small purchase limit. So, Mr. Chair, for the opportunity to speak on the amendment, and I again urge my colleagues to be consistent. Thank you.
On section 59, anyone else wish to speak? Senator Tidigree, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. You know, and I know it's very late, and so I'm not going to drag it on with regards how this amendment is very important. It's being accountable. It's being more than that. It's being responsible of the people's money again. This is not a checkbook we can just give them and say, hey, we're going to raise your amount in your account and then just go for it on small purchases. That's the easiest way to abuse funding in small purchases. Literally, you can dictate how many of those 3 quotes or who you go to get those 3 quotes, to manipulate it, to make sure that a certain person gets the bid. And that's happened many times. And now we're going to allow GDOE, who's been under who's been scrutinized this whole week and a half about mismanagement, not even knowing how they can spend $65 million. And we're going to give them $499,999 for a small purchase and raise that. What is what is everyone thinking if you were to, object to this? This is a good amendment, Mr. Chair, and I ask my colleagues to, really think about that, the abuse that can happen by increasing it this much to GDOE. That's been in the spotlight, and it's not good news. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
On the amendment, anybody else wish to speak on the amendment? Like to close, Senator Paris?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. And I ask for my colleagues to really think about this. I mean, the public auditor has come out with several audits on GDOE, from textbooks, computers, and I think soon to be air conditioners. Is this how we reward an agency, by giving them less, I guess, restrictions? I mean, this is just going to open the door possibly to, just faster spending, but not better spending. Almost $500,000, that's not a small purchase. That takes years for many of us to reach that level. And to allow an agency to spend $500,000 with a small purchase, I think that's very irresponsible. It doesn't push them to look for value. When we need, these funds are critical. We don't have enough funds for capital improvement projects. And now we're allowing them to spend quicker and not pushing them to really look for the value that's needed, that could support our students. So if you really, really want to look out for the interest of our students and the families, I think you should really think about supporting this amendment. Thank you.
On the amendment, are there any objections on the amendment? There is an objection on the amendment. All in favor of the amendment, please indicate by raising your hand. Amendment fails. The next amendment, Senators, is going to be, I believe, Senator, this is a duplication. Can you go ahead and withdraw this?
Sure, yes, I asked to withdraw amendment ESGP 216-218.
Any objections? This is a duplication. No objections. Amendment's been withdrawn. Senators, we are now on Amendment SSM P220 by Senator Montanani. Senator Montanani, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This amendment would direct the first $21 million of fiscal year 2027 general fund revenues collected in excess of adopted revenue levels, as reported in the Consolidated Revenue Expenditure Report to the Guam Memorial Hospital Authority for operational expenses. And so this amendment really is similar to what is in the current budget law. It was an amendment that was proffered by a former budget chair that took the first $20 million in fiscal year 2026 excess revenues. So I took the language from his amendment and then applied it to this budget bill. And again, it's taking from fiscal year 2027 excess general fund revenues. And so I think over the past 24 hours, we heard from the Guam Memorial Hospital. They appeared before us talking about this $21 million and, of course, other issues regarding the hospital. And so what this would do is it would address the funding gap that they were talking about that they needed. It would go to the procurement of medical supplies, pharmaceuticals, consumables required for patient care. It would ensure that it wouldn't be jeopardized in FY27. It would go to payroll obligations, which is the hospital's largest fixed cost. They said that it would be at risk if they didn't get this $21 million, and so on and so forth. So that's what this amendment would do. It would cover the $21 million shortfall that they told us and confirmed when they appeared before the legislature yesterday. So I humbly ask for my colleagues' support. Thank you.
On the Montanani Amendment, anyone wish to speak on the Montanani Amendment? Yes, Senator Tadigo, you recognize.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just have a question. I remember we were going back and forth talking about the $20 million that was appropriated in the FY26 budget, and that it was just the language that didn't allow the administration to appropriate this money because it had to be an net, meaning it has to be audited, correct? But as we were listening to them discuss on grants, a $17 million grant, as well as having the ability to, I think it was like $5 million or something like that, a $17 million grant to fix the panel, and then if they, from FEMA to fix up. But I thought they were going to wait for this grant because the possibility was really good that they were going to get this money. And they also said that they had some funding on the side to cover for this, I guess it had to deal with the electrical, if I'm not mistaken. Can I ask the author, is that what is this 21 million going
this
to?
Sure. This is for operational costs. The the $17 million, the grant funding from FEMA is a hazardous mitigation grant, and that is for the electrical distribution system. The $5 million that we had appropriated to them, which is also supposed to go to the electrical panels. So that's the difference. The $5 million is for the electrical panels. The $17 million, which they're waiting to hear from FEMA, would repair the whole thing.
Okay, thank you for that response. So with this 21 million that they're requesting, it's saying it's for operational costs. Is this including salaries? If the author would
The author yield?
answer.
Yes, operational costs includes salaries.
You know, that's what that worries me. You know, it's broad. You know, and with this 21 million, you know, if it's going to salaries, which that's always questionable. It's just very, you know, it's like open. Have we given them how much already so far, the hospital this year, you know, to cover all their costs, their shortfalls, helping with their infrastructure? I don't know the full amount that we've given so far, Mr. Chair. As chairman, how much have we given the hospital in the last year? Do you have that number, Mr. Chair, or can I ask the author of the amendment? How much have we given GMH in the last year and a half? Other than their budget, other than what we budgeted them, They've come to us, and we've had to give them some funding. How much so far to date?
The author yield.
I don't have the number right off the bat, but what I can tell you is that they are short. That's why they're requesting this $21 million for operational costs. What they are getting in this particular budget is $57.5 million. That's what they're receiving, which is short, which is why they are requesting the $21 million, so they can be, at the same level in the current fiscal year budget.
Okay, thank you for answering that to the author, but I'm really, really concerned. We've seen things where this body has given money to try and fix an issue, and I mean, look at GVB, how much money we've thrown them, and they're not producing like they're supposed to, and now we're operationals. We've heard stories of how GMH have gone step above when it comes to hiring, individuals in positions and salaries increasing without, going through the process, the merit process. It's, don't get me wrong, I've been supportive of Guam Memorial Hospital, and all the funding that we have provided them, I've been in support of. But there's going to come a time where they need to be accountable and show the funding that they're showing us, because, colleagues, Guam Memorial Hospital will always be in the red. They will always be in that situation because it's a hospital that requires to service anyone who walks in, whether they can pay or not. That's the big difference. And so it will always be in the red. So I just wanted to voice some concerns I have, about, constantly, shouldering out money. If we're going to be consistent with giving Guam Memorial Hospital to try and get them out of the red, I don't think that's possible, because then we would have to take other funding away from other agencies and infrastructure to our community that's desperately needed, from roads to sewer lines to power, given to areas that people want to build homes on, but they don't have water or power, and it makes it very difficult. Chamorro Land Trust, we still have how many homes there that have yet to be built because they can't afford the infrastructure cost? There's so much more. And how many more schools are going to come up that are going to be rebuilt, that need to be rebuilt? We're inheriting three schools, I believe, now that are no longer on contract, that now is turned over to the government of Guam to cover their maintenance and their repairs from years of neglect. So it concerns me. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
On the Montanani Amendment, anybody else wish to speak?
Mr. Chair, can I just provide clarification to what Senator Taitagui was mentioning? And I completely understand what you're saying, but what we're dealing with is that in the current fiscal year, GMH was appropriated $108 million for hospital operations. What this budget contains is $57 million. That's the appropriation for hospital operations. And that's why GMH is asking for this $21 million bridge. And this is what they explained to us when they came before the legislature months ago for their budget oversight. And so they're asking for this bridge while they continue to pursue avenues to reduce costs. And those include the revenue cycle management, and we heard this yesterday, the dietary services, the skilled nursing facility, environmental services. These are all long-term savings initiatives, and RFPs are out. So that's why they're requesting this. And I'm humbly asking for my colleagues' support. 108 this current fiscal year. For FY27, it is about $55 million for hospital operations.
On the Montanani Amendment, Senator Talal, you recognize.
Thank you. Yes, I agree. It is concerning that GMH is saying that there's $21 million short just from, I guess, a status quo budget, that they didn't even get status quo this year. But I still can't understand, because the bill came from the governor, and I feel like there's a gap between, and there's been a gap for years, where what GMH says to the legislature is not translated the same when it's being said to the governor. For example, it was the governor that removed the ARP funding from GMH, and now sending down a budget where they're $21 million short. Unless the governor knows something that we don't know, or her fiscal team knows something we don't know, because they didn't even put GMH on the list of shortchanged agencies, or agencies that were in need of more money and that we needed more revenue for. They didn't. So, you know, I just find that perplexing. It's kind of like we've been through at least almost a decade now of this denial that GMH needs more money, that denial that GMH, by the executive branch, that GMH needs money to fix its electrical panel. For 10 years now, it's needed to fix its electrical panel. 10 years, the same thing. The EHR, the list is the same. We keep putting money towards it, but the list comes out the same. And then we get budgets sent down from the governor that said they don't need the $21 million. And you know, I don't want to go through another period where the nurses are coming down here crying because they don't have supplies to take care of their patients. So I feel like we have learned already. Give them the money, but there's something still wrong with this picture. That there's that gap. The other thing is, we had a professional consultant hired by GITA, at nobody's request, but probably the governor's again, hired a professional consultant. They said they came out after a long time of a study, much extended beyond the contract period, and finally came out with recommendations for GMH for its problems regarding patient care and revenue. But I really appreciated the parts of that study that kept repeating that these recommendations would result in increased patient care, not decrease, an increased patient care and increased revenue. But I feel like the hospital's on a path somewhat like GDOE, where they want to cut things out of their services, cut providing certain services, and outsource those, even after the OPA has found so many of their outsourcing, such as the last revenue contract that they entered into had, like, I think, if I can remember right, $7.9 million or $4.9 million in question costs and no increased revenue. And then the EHR, where they went out for this huge contract and they purchased the wrong EHR, they said, years later. And now they're going out for these large contracts again, multi-year contracts in some cases. We don't know exactly what the savings are going to be, but we're getting bound into these situations. But those are not the recommendations of that consultant. He said, renegotiate the physician contracts. He was super clear. Renegotiate the contracts with the health insurance companies. Those two things were supposed to be the priority, because he said the contracts were excessive. He even gave an example of how they had doubled since 2019 to 2024, physician contracts. And I think that is one of the biggest things talked about in the community is we've got some physicians with 3-4 jobs, getting paid for each one full time, or just getting paid exorbitant salaries. So I think if they followed those recommendations, we would see some savings without seeing the decrease, such as cutting off the whole entire SNU from service in the government.
Thank you, Senator.
I disagree with that.
On the amendment, anyone else wish to speak on the amendment? Senator Perez, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd just like to proffer an amendment.
Please proceed.
So at the end of this amendment, provided that an itemized report of expenses is, provided to Y Legislature and Guahan.
Does everybody understand that amendment?
Oh, wait, 1 moment's recess?
Sure, 1 minute recess. Committee of the Whole is back in order. Senator Paris, you're recognized on your amendment.
Yes, thank you for the recess. So the amendment to the amendment would read, provided that an itemized report of proposed expenses is provided to Y Legislature and Guahan before disbursement of funds.
Yes, just make sure, if everybody's going to go with this and understand it, I think it's pretty straightforward. Make sure you please get that to the clerk upon passage, should this amendment pass. Does everybody understand the amendment? On the amendment to the amendment. Senator Tadigu, you recognize.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I thank the author of this amendment to the amendment, and also the Oversight Chair of Health, to also incorporate the verbiage in this particular section. I think it's just important of us, and more than important, it's a responsibility, accountability, more transparency, but definitely to be fiscally responsible on how the expenditures of this money is going to be used for. As I mentioned earlier, there have been some questionable, expenditures at the hospitals, and I think there's no doubt that we all want to provide some funding to them, additional funding to help them out. But I think that if we do that, at least let's be responsible about it and find out exactly how they're spending this money, so that in the case they come to us again, which I have no doubt they're probably going to do again, that we already know what they've spent it on before. So I thank the author of this amendment to the amendment. Thank you.
On the amendment to the amendment, anybody else wish to speak? Seeing and hearing none, would you like to close, Senator Paris? Waive closing. So any objection to the amendment? Seeing and hearing none, amendment carries. On the main motion, on the main amendment, anyone? Okay, seeing and hearing none, Senator Montanani, you may close on the amendment as amended.
I'll waive closing.
Waive closing. Are there any objections to the Montanani amendment? Seeing and hearing none, amendment carries. Senators, I'm going to read language into the record so that it's official. The following technical amendments requested by the fiscal team and the governor's office. The first one is a request to renumber sections under Chapter 8, Part 2, starting with Section 26, Quarterly Reporting of the Department of Revenue and Taxation's GG1 submissions to the Department of Administration. This should be Section 25. The rest of the sections to be renumbered accordingly, Section 26 through 29. The second bulletized request for technical corrections is a request to attach Exhibit A to the budget bill in reference to Section 75 of the miscellaneous provisions as provided in the past S-Bill number 266-38 COR. Senators, this concludes the amendment portion of the budget. I will take a short recess to get technical advice to get into raising from the Committee of the Whole. We are in recess. The committee of the whole is back in order. Colleagues, we have concluded discussion on Bill number 110S. Vice Speaker Ada, you are recognized at this time.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I move that Bill 110-S, as amended on the floor, an act making appropriations for the operations of the executive, legislative, and judicial branches of the government of Guam for fiscal year ending September 30, 2027, making other appropriations and establishing miscellaneous and administrative provisions with the recommendation of the committee of the whole to place in the third reading file.
On the motion, the recommendation of the committee of the whole to place in the third reading file, are there any objections? There is an objection. All in favor, please indicate by raising your hand. Motion carries. Vice Speaker Ada, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move to rise from the committee of the whole with the recommendation that Bill 110-S be placed in the third reading file.
On that motion, are there any objections? Seeing and hearing none, we are in recess to rise from the committee of the whole.
The legislature is back from recess. Senator Duane, you recognize, sir.
Cesar Masi, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I wish to report back to the body after deliberations on Bill number 110S and the recommendations of the Committee of the Whole on the bill as amended in the Committee of the Whole be placed in the third reading file.
On the motion to place Bill number 110S into the third reading file, are there any objections? There is an objection. All those in favor of moving Bill number 110-S into the third reading, please indicate by raising your hand. Motion passes. Colleagues, we will return on Monday, August 17th at 2:30 to vote on Bill 110S. But we will also be reconvening our regular session on Monday morning at 9 a.m. Okay? So we're going to reconvene our regular session on Monday at 9 a.m. When we come back from lunch at 2:30, we will vote on Bill 1-10S. I want to thank my colleagues who are still here. Okay? Senator Lujan, Senator Taitigui, Senator Dueñas, Senator Bora, Senator Calvo, Senator Gumatauta, Senator Salas Matanani, Vice Speaker Tony Yada, and Senator Sabina Flores-Perez. I will also recognize that also Senator Chris Barnett and Senator Therese Tulai were here. Thank you, colleagues, for being here so that we can deliberate this most important bill. Okay? And have a great weekend, and I'll see you on Monday. We are in recess.